Heya, I'm currently eating my yogurt. Wow, my voice is so stupid. Sorry, I have a second tab open with my stream so I can get 2 chats. Because one is for my questions, one is for the actual chat. And I just heard myself echoed back at me. And I'm like, that was my first thought. My first thought was, wow, my voice is so stupid. How are all of you doing? I'm just eating up my yogurt. I'm consuming my food. I have granola in it. I was considering having banana, but I'll probably just have it after. Ow. Oh. Oh. Okay. Yogurt consumed. I'm going to trash this, grab some water, and then I'll be good. I was gonna come back, and I was gonna be all like singing to myself, because I sang in a Discord presentation stage yesterday, and everyone was very kind, so now I'm significantly less embarrassed. Even though I've literally posted a full-on, like, fully released cover on this channel before, still super embarrassing. But my hair is all tangled. I'm messing with my hair behind the scenes. Does anyone else here have long hair? Does anyone else have hair that's like ridiculous? Are we playing Vampire the Masquerade for realsies? So this isn't a playing Vampire the Masquerade stream. This is a how to make a vampire character, much like how I had a making a Lancer character or a making a Kane character. And I will talk through the potential options we have available. Actually, I'm sorry. I forgot. I need to grab my book. It should be in arm's reach, but it is behind me. So let me grab this. Oh my gosh, did you hear that? Did you hear that, like, tire screech? That was me. I hope you didn't hear that. It was silly. Okay. Vampire book. Oh my gosh, this is chunky. Man. Wow, this is heft to it. I mean, I do appreciate the large size, but it's a bit intimidating. Wow.
50 victims? I didn't even the front cover has just there's a cuckold. Sorry. I'm learning things about Vampire the Masquerade. Hi. Hi. So, do you want me to explain what I was just surprised by, or should I just like raw dog it? Should I just keep going? Today, I'm in vampire outfit because we're talking vampires. And we are going to make in Vampire the Masquerade V5, 5th edition, a Kindred. And I have a tabletop table for that, so I can stream it there. I'm going to make a Q&A because this is a chat. I love the Kane stat block is you lose. Wait, what? So basically what I'm talking about is in the Vampire the Masquerade book, there is an inner cover, and I didn't know this. And I don't know if it's like a more recent edition kind of deal, but there's a section called 50 victims. And I assume what this is that this is just like NPC generation. So there's 25 on the front cover, and there's 25 on the back cover. So what this is that it's, I assume, So they all describe mortals, and they are like, here's some names, like here's a masculine name, here's a feminine name, who they are. So it's like the actor, Braden Cortez, or Susan Allen, who they are. Good looking, but not threateningly so. Done some good theater and maybe some okay television, or at least a commercial. What they want, eternal youth. They see younger types getting their parts now. And their resonance, sanguine, enthusiastic about their latest part, always late to auditions like now. So this is a situation where if you ever have your players just like, I want to go out and hunt. I want to go eat. I want to go eat a person. You can just look at this and you have 50 different options. I didn't know that. That's actually really good. And then you have a fair amount of variability in the names. Roger Reed, Vicky Pedroia, George Ocasa, Elizabeth Park, Justin Kurcharski, Elaine Ardoin, Anthony Marzak, Juliet Cafferty, Artie Edison, Kinga Kaminsky, Bob Lovejoy, Huyan Kao, Vic Evans, Jordan Kazada, Frank Meyer, Leslie Grant. Those are the cuckolds. Who they are. They know the other one's cheating, and they're gonna go out and find them and fix it by yelling. What they want to get a cab, write the F now and go catch them in the act. Resonance caloric. They're angry at that jerk who thinks they can do better. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness gracious. Aerobites. So in case you didn't know, Aerobites is real. This is an outfit that I've had for a while, and I can do this. Is it not the happy kind? I thought it was going to be the happy kind. Or I suppose it is the happy, like I suppose that is the happy kind, because like, not my world. I don't live in that world. I'm sorry. I don't know if you're considered happy if you're engaging in that sort of activity. Let me grab not Python. It's gonna be tabletop sim. And then as I do that, I'm also going to grab a Q&A section. I'm gonna start a Q&A. I'm gonna ask Arrow answers live. Ask me anything, and I may tell you an answer that might satisfy your curiosity. So if you don't know, here on YouTube, I do a Q&A section, which is just, I have a separate Q&A like chat that you can ask your questions in. If it's not directly relevant to what we're talking about right now, please ask it there. I will get to it by the end of stream. It's a great way for me to just kind of like a parking deck, almost like a parking lot for conversation. Go back to it later. But if you're asking about something that's happening now, you can ask that in normal chat. And please give context for whatever you're asking, because a lot of times people ask a question about something that just happened in the Q&A, and then I answer it 2 hours later, and I have no idea what they're referring to. So that's something that please keep that in mind if you're going to use the Q&A section. Can we pet you? Like my model? No. Also, on top of that, say hi if you're in chat. If you are someone who is currently watching live, or you're watching the VOD, or you're a lurker, or whatever it might be, please let me know that you're here, and I would love to respond to you. I try my very best to be respectful to everyone who spends their time in my stream. So hit me up. Do that. And if you don't know, this is Vampire the Masquerade. This is a system where you play as a vampire. You are in the modern day setting, not necessarily the US, but based on the fact that I am from the US, I'm probably going to make this character based in the US. This is just a tabletop sim table that has a little map of Manhattan. It's got a little GM corner that has a GM screen. Neat. And then it has this character sheet, which I am not a fan of purely by familiarity. This is probably better laid out, if I'm honest, because this one from the book is more, I don't know, it's more stylistic, kind of. So this is the one I'm going to use because I'm just more familiar with it. And yeah, I figured it would be fun to make a vampire. And how we go about it, I can walk you through the process, much like we made the Lancer character or the Kane character. The issue with this is I have a physical copy of Vampire. So it's going to be a lot of me telling you what the rules are and you having to just kind of run with it. There is a wiki. I should be able to search here. So Vampire the Masquerade V5 wiki. I think it's Paradox wiki. So what it could do is via a internal what's it called? A tablet in game. I can stream tabletop sim that has a tablet in game to show off things like the disciplines. I'm stuck. Okay, there we are. Right. So this is a situation where if we want to go into animalism, I could click here, and then I can show you Bond Familis, even though the formatting is kind of stupid. Don't worry about it. Point is, there will be a visual aid, is the point. So I think that we set up shop. Even though I do love New York, I'm going to not have it set up over here. I'm going to have it set up here instead because it's the little GM section. I'm going to lock you. And I'm going to say hello to everyone. Hi, Can. Hi, Zap, Conway, Gray, Ormy, Gato, B, Kirby, Kali, Minx, Trey, Real Robot, and I think Adam, DP, and I think that's everyone. Have I seen the new Girl Frame update? I have not. Are you talking about 1.7? That is one where I did my full reaction to Girl Frame before 1.7 dropped. I reached out to the dev. She said, hey, 1.7 is about to drop. So I was going to wait on that. And then now it's dropped. And then I immediately had to visit family and I got sick. So I have to wait. What? Huh. Weird. Anyway, yo, what's up? Just watched your evolution shower video. Very cool. Thank you. You missed the singing. I mean, I can sing again. Probably not here because I would be listen, the fact it was on an unrecorded Discord call makes it significantly less embarrassing for me. Right? And yeah, someone could have clipped it or whatever, but I would feel much more horrified singing in front of a live audience that is then recorded. I have done that once. Outside of the payday video, I on stream one time, I said, okay, everyone, I want you to drown out my singing with your guns. And in Twitch chat, I had everyone spamming Purge the Week, where it was just bang, 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 and you could not hear me singing. And I sang Sabaton's Last Stand, but I was really nervous, so I was kind of quiet. We should all make a Malkavian to remove one more barrier to Arrow running for us. What are our options? Is there one that lets us become bugs? Yes, there is. Is there no good online Vampire the Masquerade character? Then how do I make 200 characters I never play? So this is Tabletop Sim. If you have Tabletop Sim, it's like $20. You can get access to a bunch of other stuff. I chose this because it's more aesthetically pleasing. Roll20 has a character sheet. It's just, I don't know if they have the compendium, the rules built in. This obviously has the abilities and stuff here, which I think is going to be important. But yeah. So I have a question. Who doesn't know anything about Vampire? I saw someone in chat said that they know a little bit about the lore, but they've never played. Like who needs a crash course into the world of darkness and what it is? So what this is, let me put on some horrifying music for this horrifying circumstance and bring out a comfort object of the stream. You know it. You love it. It's MS Paint. Even on Discord streams. Because for anyone who doesn't know, on the Discord yesterday, I was going to run a session of Kane for my friend, fellow content creator Celerity Dust. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it. So I was going to run it in a Discord call where it was them and me, and then everyone else could come in and listen in. And then they ended up not being able to make it. So I ended up pivoting, and I just kind of hung out with the community for 2 hours. It was really fun. And even then, you cannot escape MS Paint. MS Paint will come for you, even if we're on a Discord stream. I opened up stream on Discord, opened up MS Paint, and then streamed it. I did sing Slipknot. And people seem to say it wasn't awful. I wouldn't say it was good, but I think it wasn't awful. That's me. I have friends who play Vampire, but I never got into it. You also listen to Acceptable Losses podcast for the Vampire stuff? Yeah. I've checked out one of the massive lore vids, but never looked into it further. Hey, Lag. Arrow, there's a draw tool in TT. Oh, you're so right. Wait. I forgot about that. Sorry. Listen, I saw the crotch shot die. I had to. Let's go my color. Well, actually, if I wanted, I could, I actually have my color that I could, 220. I have a specific color that I use for my text. I don't know it offhand, though. That's my issue. But I can go yellow. Some who heard it rated out of 10. Yeah. Does anyone who was here in the Discord call yesterday, would you rate my singing out of 10? Honest opinion, if you really want to make tons of characters, download that Mr. Gone sheet for your edition and just make copies of it. Less PC load. Interesting. I know very little. One of the guys in my D&D group played it. He was a guy who turns humans into skin suits for vampires to wear. He had an underground layer with a lake of blood. Sounds like a Zamitzi. 4 out of 5. Nice. Okay, so World of Darkness. And then here's my whiteboard. It's a blackboard. It's a blackboard because so I can go white. It's like chalk. So if I go, no, I was gonna take the tablet and I was gonna turn on chalk noises just in the background, but I am concerned that I would immediately get hit by an ad that was gonna dox me. Because that has happened before. I have had ads that came up and I silently panicked during stream because I'm like, oh, this is talking about a local representative of my city. And just no one noticed. And then I just quietly muted the VOD on that section. And then it was fine. Okay, I'll just make it with my noise. You know? How's that? There's a meteor or whatever they basically the ring. You can turn people into meat artworks. Arrow squeaks derogatory. Okay, so Arrow types ASMR. Listen, my only issue is I can't do that while simultaneously. I could add it to OBS. I could just have on repeat a chalk SFX. No, I'm not doing that. World of Darkness. So, the World of Darkness is the setting, whereas Vampire the Masquerade is one of the systems within the setting. The World of Darkness encompasses vampire. It also encompasses werewolf, which, if you recall, I have been running I was running. I don't think it's live anymore. Although I've said that a couple times now and it keeps coming back. It just doesn't stay dead, much like a vampire. Werewolf, I've been running for my roommate. There's also Hunter, where you play as a human hunter. And these are the 3 that are in 5th edition. However, there's also Mage. There's also, I was going to call it Geist. I don't know why. I have no exposure to Geist. It's Wraith. Oh, this lags. There is Changeling. So Changeling, Fae, Wraith, Ghosts, Mage, Magic. Like there's a bunch of different supernatural creatures you can play as. Hey, Kiki. Omanji, we kinning vampires? No, I'm not a furry. That was more guinea pig than chalk, in my opinion. Have you considered that guinea pig are just nature's chalk? Both squeal when you pick it up and then smash it against a wall. That was way too dark. What? I literally... Rory, explain the furritude here. Out of the 3 of us, of you, Neko, and me, Neko is the most furry. And you cannot deny that. And I think your proximity to him and the fact that your former spouse is with him implies that you yourself are more furry than I am. Yeah, Geist's Chronicles, but instead of having a Fred be your intrusive thoughts, you get to play your ghost stando. Why are we in Tabletop Sim? Hey, bae. So, we're in Tabletop Sim because we're making a vampire character. And we're currently using the written tool. But also you like clowns which are more furry than regular people. Listen, Rory, I don't like clowns. I was playing a game 2 years ago that involved a clown and I made a joke about it, and Neko has not let his own honk clussy pursuits fade, so he has been projecting on me for 2 years now. No, they do not honk. I can confirm that. Live play with Rory and Blue, one playing in Malkavian and having to listen to chat's whimsical nonsense would be funny. There's Promethean, there's Devil, there's the Fiend one. There's all of the different properties. The big 3 are Vampire, Werewolf, and Mage. But the big 3 for V5, because the only 5th edition ones are Hunter, Werewolf, and Vampire. Live play with me? I mean, what do you think we've been discussing behind the scenes? But consider this, they should honk though. Give me a moment. No. I mean, okay. All I'll say... I actually don't know if I should say that. Okay. All I will say... They don't honk. I would squeak. Which I mean, it's kind of similar, right? Please do not emulate the bozos. I have enough killer and strangely hot... Why are clowns strangely hot? I think I've said this before, but I feel like they took the utter misery native to Wraith and split it off into Promethean in exchange for having stands. Arrow squeaks. Arrow do squeak. I can't even deny it. So, we are making a vampire. And the thing about vampires is that in V5, you are cursed, presumably, by the biblical Cain. You are descendant from Cain, and in this setting, it is the real world, but everything is slightly worse. Oh, I thought the Closey was separate. If it's Neko slander, then I will not accept it. Oh my gosh. You are, theoretically, not proven, descendant from Cain. The biblical Cain, the one who killed Abel, the one that was cursed by God, cast out of, cursed by Adam and all of that. So, biblical Cain. He was the first generation of vampire. He made some more vampires by killing people and feeding them his blood. This was the second generation. And then they each killed people and fed them their blood, and then they reanimated as the third generation. And this continues such and so forth for literally thousands of years, until in the modern nights, you are playing. Let me open up. Does anyone know offhand what page the quick start is?
Let's look at this book.
Because like this is gonna be like page like 200, which is why in all of the TTRPGs I've released and the one that I'm working on, I front load the rules and I give you all the lore after, because I don't care who the Thin Bloods are when I don't know how to make a character. Is it 133? Maybe 133. Examples of roles, characters, character creation summary. Okay. In the modern day, like in 2026, or if you want to play in 1999, or like whenever you're playing your game, you are most likely going to be a 12th or 13th generation vampire. There are 14 through 16th, but these are so far removed from Cain, the original vampire, that they can't make more vampires, and some of them can even walk out in the sun. So it's the idea of 12/13 is the cutoff. That is the furthest you can go from Cain consistently while still like being a true vampire. So in World of Darkness, Cain, cursed, becomes a vampire, does this, and effectively, Cain, no idea who, where, what he is. He's been missing this whole time. Second generation, killed in the Great Flood. Like the biblical flood happened many thousands of years ago. The third generation are called antediluvians. These are super big, important vampires, and each of them has a clan that descends from them. And so these clans are your character classes. These are your bloodlines. These are the thing you choose to differentiate your vampire from everyone else's vampire. So there is one who is named like, I don't know, Ravnos. So his clan are the Ravnos. There was one whose name was Saulat, and so he has the Salubri. That's the kind of thing. So like you can play a Ravnos, you can play a Salubri, you can play a Ventru or a Toreador or a Bruja, and those are all the different character classes you have. They each have different disciplines, which are your vampiric powers. And your vampiric powers, your disciplines, are your spells. I would say they're probably closer to Cain blasphemies. Also, with all due respect, this keeps lagging on me, and I can't actually just like Control Z. So I am going to swap back over to MS Paint, because this is just not it, Chief. Tragic. Blow high? No. So the third gen would be of the first kindreds, the founders of vampire houses. Less so they founded the clans, and more so the antediluvians. This is what they're called. Antediluvians. They rose against Cain. Again, many thousands of years ago. They killed the second generation, or maybe they caused the Great Flood, or maybe they capitalized on the Great Flood, or like they were responsible for the events that took place where the second generation died, were wiped out. And so Cain cursed them and all of their descendants. So now you have the modern vampire clans like Ventru, like Tremere, like Toreador, And they all have their disciplines. They have 3 each, as well as a compulsion and a bane. The bane is the curse that Cain, as the original vampire, put on his grandchilder and all of their descendants. So, for instance, the bane of the Bruja, who are like rebels, they have all physical and like emotional related disciplines. Their bane is a complete disregard and aversion to authority. Their bane makes it, or sorry, is their reckless temper. My apologies. Let me pull this up. I can just look. I have the book with me. The Bruja, their bane is their barely contained rage, exploding at the slightest provocation. Subtract dice equal to the bane severity of the Bruja from any roll to resist fury frenzy. This cannot take the die below 1 pool. So basically, you can go into frenzy. That's a thing I'll explain later. But the Bruja, as a clan, if you choose this class, you are weaker at resisting frenzy. Yeah, Kane really said, you just got nerfed. Sorry, I have an important phone call. We're talking about lore. So we're currently introducing lore that is reliant, like that the mechanics are reliant on. So for instance, generation is a mechanic. Are you 13th or are you 14th generation? That will impact gameplay mechanics. Which clan you are will impact gameplay mechanics. What your bane is like will be gameplay mechanic wise. So if you are, for instance, the Tremere, your bane is that you cannot make a blood bond. So normally vampires can feed their blood to someone and they will like fall under the vampire's control. So if I, as a human, or suppose I'm a vampire, look at me, I have teeth. If you, as a human, drink my blood, I will start to assert my mental control over you. And it's less so like mental domination or like brainwashing, and it's more so you just like me more. You just find me more agreeable. You just like to do what I say. Like, my happiness is your happiness now. It's almost like a love potion in a weird way, where you still have full autonomy of your actions, but you have a psychological, like, cognitive shift where you prioritize my happiness over your own. Do thin-blooded get influenced? They do get influenced by blood bonds. Everyone, including vampires, can fall victim to a blood bond, which is why there's many things in the system about like avoiding blood bonds or convincing people to get blood bonds and whatever. So it's highly insidious mental manipulation. Like more is a massive understatement. So it is addictive. However, it's a slow buildup. It starts where I think you need 3 drinks for the average person, and you can only have 1 drink per night. So if Gray were to drink my blood, Gray would be like, Arrow is kind of cool. I like Arrow. I'm like, Arrow's nice. Like I want, like, Arrow's a good friend. Arrow's someone I admire. And then after 2 drinks, it's like, oh no, like Arrow is really important to me. Like, Arrow is one of the most important people in my life. I want good things to happen for Arrow, and I'm willing to make sacrifice to do that. And then 3 drinks, they are officially bloodbound. And that is like, no, I will like sacrifice everything in my life for Arrow because they're the one thing that matters. And then suddenly, instead of needing to maintain that, you are bloodbound for, I believe it's a month. And then you have to, at any time during that month, if you drink again, it will be extended another month. So the idea being is that if I, as a vampire, want someone under my control, I need 3 separate opportunities to get them to drink my blood. Suddenly, they're completely subservient to me. And then I just need to feed them my blood a little bit. And like, it gets stronger over time. So it's the idea of like, Gray goes from, oh, Arrow's the most important person in my life, I want to do whatever they want, to like, no, I am going to like slavishly be devoted. Becomes your personal idol. Yeah, basically. It's kind of like an idol and their cult, but based on consuming blood. And each vampire can only have a certain number of blood bonds. So like you can't just have like a full group of like 20 people all bloodbound to you. So generally, Kindred, as they're called, they self-refer as Kindred, will blood bond very specific individuals to make it like crazy. If I ever did run Vampire the Masquerade, I would just make the first vampire the twin sister of Christ, Camilla, and if you get that reference, we can be friends, and if not, we can still be friends. That's nice. Gosh, I didn't know they changed Tremere like that. That's really funny. Going from easily brainwashed to being unable to do it at all. Yeah, so like, I'm going to talk about this when I talk about the clans. But they did change the flaw of the Tremere. You can only have so many thralls, exactly. So, with all that being said, the main other thing that I want to point out before we hop into mechanics, in the modern Knights, there are 3 main factions of vampires. There's the Camarilla, there's the Sabbat, and there are the Anarchs. The Camarilla is the vampire New World Order. The Camarilla, at least these 3 in the Western world, I should say. In the Eastern world, and I imagine, basically, in the Americas, as well as Europe, and a little bit of, like, Eurasia and Northern Africa, these are the 3 factions, right? So the Camarilla, this is a Eurocentric government that is effectively medieval fiefdoms in the modern day. And it is expected by the game that you are probably playing a Camarilla game. Because in this, if you take place in Berlin, for the past 600 years, the same vampire has been in control of all of Berlin. And instead of going around and fighting every vampire that tries to set foot in Berlin, that vampire, that Kindred, says, hey, I am the prince of Berlin. I own all of the land, and I am entitled to drink from any human in my domain, in all of Berlin. However, Conway, you have demonstrated loyalty to me. I will gift you all of East Berlin. I still own it, and I can still do whatever I want there. But as far as I'm concerned, East Berlin is yours to do as you like until I revoke it. And then Conway says, well, I've been here for 300 years. I don't want to have to deal with all of this micromanaging nonsense. Monty, I will give you the Northeast Quarter for your loyalty to me. And then it's such on and so forth, and it's fiefdom. The king gives it to the vassals give it to the lesser nobles have serfs, and what you are probably doing is the stereotypical Vampire the Masquerade game is you are playing a bunch of 13th to 14th generation vampires that all got embraced, turned into a vampire within the past like 20 years. And you are in a major city that is ruled by a vampire that has been there for like 700 years or like 400 years or like 200 years or like many hundreds of years before you were even born is when they took power. So the only defined hierarchy is that there is prince and those under the prince. And obviously, like, yes, there's the primogen and there's the seneschal and there's all this other stuff. There's the prince on top, and then their vassals beneath them, and then their vassals have vassals, and their vassals have vassals. And this will be, if we go back over to tabletop, you might have the Prince of New York, and then they give all of Manhattan to someone, and then that person who owns Manhattan gives all of like Lower Manhattan and Greenwich Village and the Gramercy Park all the way down to Battery Park to someone, and then that person gives all of Greenwich Village to someone, and then you might play a Kindred that is gifted like one city block in Greenwich Village. And maybe you report directly to the person that owns Greenwich Village. Maybe you own all of Greenwich Village as a fledgling. Like New York City is probably a bad example because New York City is up there with like London and Paris and like Sydney and Hong Kong and all of these like super duper major cities that like They have had Kindred that own them for years and years and years, unless they're in New York, in which case the Sabbat kind of took over back in the 90s and the 2000s. Don't worry about that. They fixed it. It's fine. But in most cities, like if you're in like Gary, Ohio, right? You might have an entire swath of the city, even as a fledgling, just depending on how many people there are, right? So that's the main thing with the Camarilla. The Sabbat, in no uncertain terms, are just vampire supremacists. They are under heaven. Vampires are superior to mortals, which the Camarilla also believes. The Camarilla believes that we need to hide among them. We need to... is it Gary, Ohio, or is it Gary, Illinois? I don't want to mix that up. The bad Gary, the one that you should not stay in. Vampire feudal shadow government? Exactly. If people are interested in Vampire the Masquerade, there's a series by Dimension 20. A bunch of vampires founding a new Camarilla princedom as their own town, just big enough to become matter. Ooh. Indiana. Is it Gary, Indiana? Interesting. So fledgling might have like an apartment fledgling might have an apartment complex. They might have a city block. They might have an entire street, depending on what area they're in. But basically, what it is that it's the prince says, hey, Lag, this whole section of the city is yours. Lag says, Zap, this smaller section of the city is yours. Zap says, Gray, this one city block is yours. You're probably going to play the one city block character. And then, throughout machinations, if you set this in like the 1920s and you play through decade by decade, you might work your way up the ladder. Who knows? It's a TTRPG, who knows? The Sabbat are vampire supremacists. They are the sworn enemy of the Camarilla. The Sabbat are... We should not live among the mortals. We should rule over the mortals. And in some more extreme cases, they are, we should exterminate the mortals. The Sabbat are fundamentally religious extremists. They believe that Cain is like the Dark Father and that like the complacency of the Camarilla has sent him into hiding, and only by killing all of the antediluvians, the third generation that like was cursed by Cain, then we will bring back Cain, and Cain will either like save the world or he will destroy the world or something like that. Sabbat, bad news. Funny thing about the Sabbat, one of the funniest things about them, the Sabbat do this thing called a mass embrace. Which, if embrace is turning someone into a vampire, you can imagine what a mass embrace does. It's like on the scale of like dozens of people at a time. And what they'll do is they'll take someone, they'll hit them over the head with a shovel, they'll kill them, drain their blood, give them some vampire blood, and then bury them. And then the shovel head is what they're called, will have to dig themselves out of a shallow grave, and then they're usually sent off to go like fight Camarilla people. And then they die within a night or within 2 nights or something. And the Sabbat loves it when they do this to a shovelhead or to like a group of shovelheads and like 3 of them survive. And then the Sabbat's like, okay, you're deserving of being Sabbat. And then those 3 survivors out of like 60 shovelheads become new Sabbat members. It's very cultish. Instead of doing a blood bond, where oftentimes in the Camarilla, I, as your prince, will blood bond James. James will then, now that he's blood bond to me, they're not going to betray me. So they will then blood bond Jet and give Jet land. And now Jet is like blood bound to James, and James is blood bound to me. So like there's this hierarchy of control. That's what the Tremere used to do. In the Sabbat, they have this weird, like, diluted blood bond where instead of one person controls another, it's closer to, like, Zap and Real Robot and James and Jet. All of you are bloodbound to each other at, like, half strength. So all of you have this kind of, like, innate instinct to protect each other. And all of you have this innate desire to pursue each other's happiness. But it's not like over encompassing, and you're not going to sacrifice your own ideals for it. So the Sabbat is like, the reason we don't fall apart is because we force you to like each other. Like, it's not that you get along well. It's that you physically cannot help but like each other because you are forced to have a blood bond with each other. And so they're often antagonists. They used to have like rules about how to play them. Now they're basically just mustache twirling villains. And then there's the anarchs. And the anarchs are two camps in one. One of them is just no one. I don't want to be Sabat. I don't want to be Camarilla. I'm an anarch. The other one is I am a revolutionary. In California, back in like the 20s, back in like the 1910s, 1920s, there was this big revolution that basically the Camarilla owned most of the US. Random anarchs, like not Sabat, not Camarilla, just random Kindred, banded together, overthrew the Camarilla across like all of California and a couple surrounding provinces, and claimed the anarch free states. There is to this day just a big bleeding stain on the Camarilla's influence on the US. Like the entire Southwest US is just not quite no man's land, but it's, instead of dealing with Camarilla princes, you deal with anarch barons. And so if I self-identify as an anarch, I might be someone who's like, I'm not brave enough for politics. I'm not involved in the Camarilla. I'm definitely not Sabat. I don't want a part of this. Or it might be something where I am actively loyal to a specific anarch cause. They're either revolutionaries or we want no part in your vampire pyramid scheme. Yeah, and so sorry, give me one moment. Sorry about that. So anarchs can either be like lone wolves that just want to be their own thing, or they might be like revolutionaries. Sabat might be zealots that believe in like the darkness of Cain, or they might just be like fringe ideologues that happen to be like, yeah, I don't care about Cain, but like I'm not Camarilla and I'm not anarch, so sure. Camarilla involves most Kindred. The Camarilla involves a lot of Kindred who are like, hey, I don't really care about this like fiefdom thing. I don't really like this whole like neo-feudalism thing. I do like not having to worry about getting stabbed. So I'm just not gonna like kick up a fuss. I'm content to like live with my little like slice of like the lower Bronx for the next 100 years. Like, I don't really care. And that makes up most of the Camarilla, right? No organization is a monolith, but anarchs are a variety dish. Yeah, so like the Camarilla is the closest to a monolith. The Sabat is closer to like two towers that are built right next to each other, but fundamentally are not the same building. And then the anarchs is like an entire village, and calling an entire village a single building. Anarchs are very cool and at least aren't totally, utterly awful. I mean, there's not totally, utterly awful Kindred in every faction. Sect, as they are called. Yeah, it's anarchy. There's no overarching government, so there's no average. It really depends on the Baron. Sabat can also be a Jeff off the street who jumped in an alley and dumped into a shadow war. That's what shovelheads are. Are the anarchs the ones that want to mostly live in equilibrium? No. But if you do want to live in equilibrium with humans, you are an anarch. Does that make sense? So anarchs as a faction, anarchs as a label, don't want that. if you want that, you are an anarch. Does that make sense? The only people that have tried that are anarchs, but most anarchs don't want that. So Miss Camarilla basically like, I don't give an F, just give me blood and I'll chill. Basically, most Camarilla are, I don't care that some like 700-year-old elder is telling someone else, like some 500-year elder is telling a 300-year elder that it's telling me what to do. All I care about is that I don't have to worry about getting stabbed or having the church called on me. Because like the church have like faith hunters or whatever. I care about just being able to get my blood, and I have a pet project that I've been working on for the past 20 years. That's what I want to focus on. And that's what most Camarilla members are. Stasis, stagnancy, anarchs can be anything. Sabbat won a 1,000-year blood war against the mortals. They would never win. There's a great and mighty Kevin! This is one good Sabbat, and he left. So, the one other... And the reason I went so hard on like the lore is because they are all very relevant to mechanics. Like, even the politics is like, hey, this is not a fighty game. This is a social game. This is a political game. I would say the politics of Vampire are as essential as the investigation of Cain, as the mech customization of Lancer. Now, it's not as important as the combat to Lancer or the combat of Cain, but the politics is something where like I tried running a game where my group was not interested in politics, and like it was fun, but it felt like systems were missing. It felt like there was a gaping hole where it expected politics to be. Knocking stabs feels very nice and thoughtful. Yeah. So the other main thing, Curse of Cain. Being kindred. Every kindred has something called the beast within them. Who knows what this is? Is it Cain? Is it your own like inner demon? Is it your shadow? Is it the blood that is within you? Is it simply a manifestation of hunger? Uncertain. But every kindred has something called a beast within them. And as they get hungrier, it gets stronger. And every time you use a power, I actually really like that. Like mechanically, I really like this. You do a rouse check, which is, it's a D10 based system. So you roll a D10, and half of the faces have a little symbol, half of them are blank. A blank is a failure, a face is a success. So if you get a success, nothing happens. You use your power. If you get a failure, you increase your hunger by 1, but you still use the power. So Vampire the Masquerade is a very push your luck system, because if you roll well, you can just use powers for effectively free. And so you are on a hunger track from 0 to 5. 0 means that like you are so full of blood, bro. Like you have so much blood in that body of yours. In order to reach hunger 0, you have to kill a person. You must drain a human dry and like stop their heart from beating because you are draining the blood from it. That is how you get to hunger 0. So most kindred hang out at hunger 1. Hunger 1 is just like, I'm tapped off, I'm full. Hunger 5 is like, you have no blood in your body. The beast is about to take over and make you go into frenzy. Do you remember back when the Bruja was like, oh, you have a penalty to making dice to resist Fury Frenzy? There's also a Hunger Frenzy. There's a Fear Frenzy. There's a Fury Frenzy. The beast is the animal instinct of the predator you have become, trying to take over your psyche. A frenzy is a temporary, messy, loud thing. So it's like sin overflow. Less sin overflow and more so, I'm trying to think of a good example. I guess I would say it's kind of like sin overflow if there was a mechanic where going around like killing traces lowered your sin. because it's very easy to lower your hunger. You just have to go up to a random human and bite them, drain their blood. That being said, obviously you have to like maybe get them to a secluded area. You might have to wipe their memory after the fact, like whatever it ends up being. But like you can very easily lower your hunger. Me coercing the coterie of Malkavian to keep seeing the future there on 4 hunger. In World of Darkness, being vampire kind of sucks. It does kind of suck. So, all of this. You have your clan. You have your generation. You have your beast. You have your hunger. You have your hunger. This all comes together to manifest in character creation. So that was a long preamble. That was like an hour-long preamble. My apologies for that. But we can make a character. How do y'all feel about that? What I'm going to do, I am going to go to... We go here. Going to go to the clans. And I'm just going to go down the list and use this as a visual aid, but ultimately just kind of like do my own thing. I am going to actually skip the non-core book classes or clans just for the sake of simplicity. So like the Banu Hakim, the Hakata, the Zamitsi, the Ravnos, the La Sombra, the Salubri, and the Ministry are all not core book. No, these do not show up in the core book. So let's get started with the Bruja. The Bruja are the Learned Clan, the Rabble, the Punks, the Hipsters, the Prometheans, the Rebels, the Philosopher Kings, the Helens. They have Celerity, which is all about speed. Is it like super speed? Potence, which is super strength, and Presence, which is manipulating emotion. Their Bane is that they have this incredible temper. Let me skip to it. My apologies. Let me put this piece of mail that I have as a bookmark for the quick start. Because I'm just that guy. So, they have Celerity, Potence, Presence. Their Bane, like I said earlier, they lose dice to resist a Fury Frenzy. They are like your Barbarian, your Fighter. They are a little bit of a Paladin, actually, in that they are really good at physical confrontation. They're good at manipulating mortals. They often recruit and embrace rebels, punks, but also like activists, philosophers, anyone who sees the existing order and pushes against it in any meaningful capacity, even if that pushback is toxic, even if that pushback is more harm than good. The idea behind the Bruja is we want to upset the current order and we don't care how you do it. And so the Bruja have a reputation for like sucking and like really just kind of not really knowing what they're doing and just wanting to fight stuff for the sake of fighting stuff. Anarch coded. They are one of the founding clans of the Anarchs. They formed the Anarch movement, and most leaders of the Anarch Free States were Bruja. Then we have, after Bruja, Gangrel. The Gangrel are your classic animal vampire. They're the clan of beasts, animals, ferals, barbarians, outcasts, wolves, strays. Animalism, turning into an animal, talking to animals, using animals as minions. Fortitude, physical resilience. That's really what it is. Like mental resilience as well. Basically physical defense and mental defense. Protean, changing your body, shape shifting, extending your nails into blades, altering your form, melding into the ground. They are your druid. A little bit of ranger, mostly druid. And they are their Bane. Gangrel relate to their beast much as any other kindred relate to the Gangrel suspicious partnership. In Frenzy, right, they gain one or more animal feature during the Frenzy, and then it follows them. and fades soon after. It used to be that it was just permanent. So it used to be that if you played a gangrel, if you ever frenzied, which is probably gonna happen, you get random animal traits like wolf eyes or bat ears or sloth claws, like weird animal traits that just form on you. But now it's that they do fade soon after. They mostly, oddly enough, gangrel are the most inclined to pick out individuals that fight back. So if a gangrel feeds on you and you like punch and kick and you resist them as they are draining your blood, and like you basically put up a fight despite the fact that you're about to die or you think you're about to die, they're like, huh, I like you, kid. And then they'll kill you and then they'll raise you as a gangrel. Gangrel are very nomadic. They are one of the few vampire clans that don't actually stick to cities. They actually prefer the wilderness. They have a weird relationship with the werewolves, where the werewolves hate them, but they also like... Werewolves don't respect any vampire, but they almost respect the gangrel, is what it is. And the gangrel like hate the werewolves, but also they have this odd kinship with them. Can humans drain non-human? Can vampires drain non-human blood? They can. There are vampires that are quote unquote vegans, which only drink animal blood. However, if your generation is high enough, for instance, or low enough, so at 13th, 14th generation, 13, 14 generations removed from Cain, you can drink animal blood. It's like at generation 9 or maybe generation 10, vampire blood does not cut it. You cannot drink vampire blood. And once you get low enough in generation and your blood potency gets thicker and higher, you can't subsist off of humans without killing them. Like there comes a point where not only can you not drink animal blood, you cannot like go to you cannot go to 1 hunger without killing a human. And eventually, like when you're low enough, when you're at like generation 3, 4, or generation like 4 or 5, you can't go to hunger 2 without killing a human, and you can't go to hunger 0 without killing and draining dry another vampire. Like it gets to the point where the lower generation vampires cannot subsist on themselves by just drinking humans. They have to drink other vampires. Vegan goth barbecue vampires. I think you need a merit for that though, so I guess it's kind of a skill. Nope, you don't need a merit. You just need to have a low enough blood potency, which your blood potency is tied to your generation. It's possible to raise your generation. Yes, and that is called diablerie, and that is super illegal. Basically what it is that it's... If I am generation 13, and I kill Gray, who is a generation 12 vampire, and then I drink Gray dry, a couple things happen. First, I become generation 12. I lower my generation. I get 1 step closer to Cain. Then I lose a humanity. Humanity is a finite resource. Losing humanity is very, very bad. And then I need to make a contest of wills where I roll dice, and if I fail, Gray, I killed you. But your psyche overtakes my own, and you basically live on in my body. I drank from your blood. I killed you. I drained you dry. And then you just kind of like, your will supersedes mine. And it's not quite you live on in me. And it's more so, I think I'm you. I take on your mannerisms. I take on your identity. I take on your way of speech. I have completely like lost my personality, and I now act as if I am just you. Now, I still look like Arrow, and I still have my disciplines, I believe. But like, Gray has taken over. Yeah, going against the bloodstream is not easy. However, the Sabbat super love diablerie and want you to do it more. If you don't diablerize, they won't just look at you funny, they'll probably kill you. The Camarilla, super illegal. Like, if you diablerize someone, you're gonna get killed. And then the Anarchs is very much like, ew, diablerie, gross. Why would you do that? Ew. Like they're like, ew, that's nasty. You aren't a real vampire if you haven't eaten at least one other vampire. That's not diablerie. Diablerie is draining a vampire dry from a higher generation for you. If you're like a 12th generation vampire eating a 13th generation vampire, you're fine. What if you Diablerize a Sabbat? So what there is that there's a couple times where a prince will be like, hey, ABC, you are a disgusting, filthy, 15th generation thin blood. I hate you. You should feel ashamed of yourself. And then you're like, why? And then the prince goes, don't worry, ABC. Can over there. They did something I don't like. So if you capture them and bring them to me, I will allow you to drink and drain Can and become a 14th generation vampire, and you will not be disgusting to me anymore. And so you say, oh yeah, absolutely. And then you capture Can, you bring them back, and I say like, Can, why'd you go around trying to get the chat to play Vampire the Masquerade? I told you no. The sentence is death. All right, go for it, ABC. And then ABC drinks dry, and then blah, 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 blah. So there are situations where the Camarilla does allow for diablerie. And oftentimes it is this kindred that is a part of the Camarilla is persona non grata. The Sabbat are kill on sight. You're not supposed to diablerize them, but there could definitely be situations where like, hey, DP, go grab Real Robot, like one of the Sabbat leadership. If you do, I'll let you diablerize them. However, it's mostly only for like the disgusting, dirty, filthy, like 15th generation, 16th generation. You know, it's usually, or Caitiff, the clanless, those that are not of any clan. They're also allowed to diablerize in specific circumstances. But if you're just like a normal, regular, like 12th generation, like Ventru, I'm going to say that there's probably under a 0.1% chance you're ever going to diablerize if you're Camarilla loyal. What clan would I join, Arrow? Let's run through the clans, and then I can give my thoughts, and you can assign one to me. You can have a promotion. You are not allowed to seize the means of production. Basically, Monty, like, you kind of got it. There are rituals which more than one person can diablerize a single person. Yeah, blood hunts, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it pretty surface level. So, Gangrel, they like to pick up like park rangers, hikers, people who wander, but also like people that fight back when they do get ganked. The Malkavians. These are the Clan of the Moon, Lunatics, Madmen, Jester, Oracles, Dervishes, Visionaries, Children of Malkov. They are crazy vampires. Like, they are just crazy. How it is handled varies wildly from edition to edition and from game to game. Most often, they are portrayed as they are someone that saw too big a picture and their psyche shattered as a result. That's why their symbol's a broken mirror. They're very much like Lovecraftian madness. There is old lore about how all Malkavians are connected via the web, and their antediluvian Malkav sometimes like consumes each of them and like travels the web. In reality, they are just crazy vampires. Oftentimes they have weird like prescience, which is manifested in the fact that they have auspex. They used to have a unique discipline about making other people crazy called demontation, which has been kind of co-opted by dominate, so like mental control. And obfuscate is all about invisibility. They can go invisible, or not invisible. It's more so they can make it so everyone around them just kind of ignores that they're there. They don't quite like turn invisible, but they do make it so that if I'm standing in a room with Ignis will just kind of like look past me. And like Ignis still sees me. Ignis just kind of like doesn't consciously recognize that there's a person standing in front of them. Yeah, they create a perception filter. I don't know if what I would be when I played Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, which again, I played like 2/3 of it, 3/4 of it. I got up to Chinatown and then my computer crashed. I had major computer issues and I lost all of my progress and I haven't touched it in like 4 years at this point. I took the test, like the 2004, like what clan would you be test like in the game that it like assigns to you? And my two options, I'm like 90% sure, were Ventru and Malkavian. and I chose Malkavian because I could tell it was Malkavian and I wanted to play Malkavian. I honestly don't know if I would be a Malkavian or not. All I know is that I like Obfuscate. I rock Obfuscate. And Malkavians, as like the kind of like stereotypical crazy faction, they tend to embrace individuals that like are mentally disturbed or have mental struggles, but also people who just kind of like want to learn more, people that want to delve deeper. You're very classic, like your Lovecraftian protagonist who like wants to learn about the secrets of the universe, and so they show them and then it breaks them as a result. Clan Malkav is oftentimes ridiculed both in and out of game, and it is a little undeserved because they are like really prescient, but it is very variable how they're handled. Obfuscate is like smother a little bit. Yeah, fish Malkavians. So yeah, like I don't know if I would be a Malkavian, and I also don't know if I would want to be a Malkavian, because like my brain is dumb. So I don't know, like a little bit of it's like, hey, what's the worst that could happen? Although what I will say is that I am, one of the characters that I was interested in making for today was a Malkavian. So I'll get to that after all of the clans. So one of the options I would consider for myself is the Malkavian, like as me, but also as the character we're playing. Next up, oh right, and their Bane, as you would imagine, is that they are afflicted with one type of mental derangement. Depending on their history and the state of their mind, they may experience delusions, visions of terrible clarity, or something entirely different. And then whenever they suffer compulsion, they get a penalty to their dice based on whatever their mental dysfunction is. Malkavian are a little weird in terms of how to run them properly. The Nosferatu. These are based on Nosferatu, like the monster Nosferatu. In lore, Nosferatu is based off of them, but Nosferatu, the clan of the hidden, horrors, sewer rats, lepers, highs, scabs, vagrants, orlocks, they are ugly. That's literally what their bane is. Like, they are ugly. Yes, Feratu. Like the clan of the hidden are not just like ugly. They're like ugly. They are fugly, you know? They are like, their mouth will distend twice as long as it should, and all of their teeth are like bee stingers, and the inside of their mouth is filled with canker sores that all bleed and like drip out some sort of like transparent pus, and their eyes are twice the size that they should be but half as wide, and their ears are like sunken into their head, so their head has like this weird hourglass shape. Like, that is like your average Malkavian. And when I say that they're like ugly, I mean like they cannot be seen in public. So like they get animalism, control over animals, obfuscate, the ability to stay hidden, very needed, potence, super strength. And their bane is their ugliness, and they tend to be like information seekers. They tend to be really good with hacking and reconnaissance, and in every city it is assumed that there is a group of Nosferatu that knows everything that happens, and the Nosferatu are very much so like, they're kind of hated because they're ugly, but at the same time everyone recognizes how important they are. They tend to recruit from those that are information seekers, much like the Malkavian. They recruit from those who are loners. They also do something called recruiting Cleopatras, or embracing Cleopatras, which is the idea of, hey, you're really hot and you're also super vain. I'm gonna embrace you. You're gonna turn super, super ugly, and you're gonna spend the rest of eternity being the one thing that you wished you never would be. And therefore, it's kind of like a punishment. And that's less common than just the, hey, you're a knowledge seeker, you're like a master hacker, let me embrace you. Yeah, assassination with their potency. Basically, they're ambush predators. The stereotypical Nosferatu is an ambush predator. V5 pulled back on the instant Masquerade rage. Yeah, which like, V5 did that for a lot of them. What I will also say, I should mention this, Bruja, Anarch. They were one of the founding clans of like the Anarch Revolution. Gangrel, also Anarch, one of the founding clans of the Anarch Revolution. Malkavian, Camarilla. The Malkavians are kind of derided in the same way the Nosferatu are. Both of these are Camarilla. Both of them are kind of like disrespected, but seen as fundamental pillars of the Camarilla. Like they are pretty solidly in the Camarilla, which is the exact opposite of the Toreador. The Toreador, Camarilla, but like the Camarilla has 3 clans, which are like the main 3 clans of the Camarilla. Toreador are one of them. They are the clan of divas, degenerates, artists, harlots, hedonists, sensates, araclites. They have auspex, perception, seeing beyond, precognition, celerity, super speed, presence, manipulating emotion. Their bane is that they are a diva. Their bane is that they have a specific aesthetic that they are fond of, that they connect to. And if they're not in that aesthetic, they get penalties to like all of their dice. So if you have a high-end like gala singer who gets embraced, their bane would be if they're ever not in like a high-end like party or gala or like rich luxury, if they're like on the street or in an alleyway, they will get massive penalties to their dice because they are like so like keyed in to their environment. They tend to embrace creatives, artists, writers, filmmakers, actors, people that are just really pretty, people that can capture their attention, and then their attention is almost always going to shift within a couple years. Toreador is another one that I reasonably could see myself being, not because I'm like super pretty or whatever, but just because I am a creative, and like being like a writer or a content creator or a TTRPG dev, those are all things that would line up with like, I'm a Toreador, I want to embrace someone that like makes me feel something for the first time in the past decade of my unlife. Reminds me of that one Sinning Kane, similar vibes. Yeah, very idol coded. Yeah, they embrace artists and lovers into their ranks, forever trying to stir their own deadened hearts. Like they're constantly trying to feel human. They're often considered the most human clan, and their bane used to be every gain or loss to humanity was doubled. So if they did something that made them feel less human, it was way more impactful. If they did something that made them feel more human, it was way more impactful. I think you're pretty pocket computer cartoon person. Thank you. Look, they can't look like they're from an alley, or they get penalized being in an alley. Like the Toreador, everyone clowns on them for their bane because it's just like, oh, I'm so prissy. But like, no, like being outside of their environment, they will get massive penalties. Which is why if you have like a tagger, if you have a graffiti artist, they might get those same massive penalties being in a high-end gala. Because the graffiti artist wants to be in like a grungier kind of urban street level environment, and they feel out of their depth in high society. That's only Bloodlines. The original clan flaw was that they can be entranced by beauty. Understood. So we have the Tremere. The Tremere are the second youngest of the clans. And they came about a couple hundred years ago when a mage called Tremere was like, what if I just become a vampire? And so he did that. And then he lost his magic with it, like capital M magic with a K, but he learned how to use sorcery with blood magic. So the Tremere are hated because they're the new kids on the block. They have only been around for like 600-700 years, but they have access to auspex, which is like precognition, more awareness. They have dominate, mental control, and they also have blood sorcery. Blood sorcery is blood magic, not just like blood blades and whatever, but like I use my blood to scry across the world. I use my blood to make a ward that will damage any kindred that walks past it. I use my blood to cling to the side of a wall and walk like an insect, like weird Wiccan stuff. Wiccan? Weird witchy stuff, I suppose? Like old school witchcraft kind of deal. Wait, is it just me, or is every clan up until now hated? Yeah, every clan is hated. Yeah, you picked up on that. The Tremere, despite being hated, are also one of the other 3 main pillars of the Camarilla. They're the Broken Clan, the Usurpers, the Warlocks, the Hermetics, the Thaumaturgies, the Transgressors, the Blood Mages. They have a bane, which is they cannot blood bond. If you remember, you can blood bond someone by they drink your blood and then they fall under your control. The Tremere cannot do that. They used to be that if you drank their blood, they were super susceptible to it. So instead of taking multiple drinks to fall for it, they would instantly fall for it. And so the Tremere was called the pyramid, where this symbol, actually this entire square, was blacked out. And previously, they had a system where you as a new Tremere were bloodbound to your sire. Your sire was bloodbound to their sire. Their sire was bloodbound to their sire, all the way back up to the very top of the clan, where everyone was bloodbound to someone else. And so there was a very strict modus operandi of control up until, I think it was like 2011, 2012-ish in Venice. The Tremere Grand Chantry, where the top vampires of the Tremere lived, was like firebombed and raided by human hunters, and the entire pyramid fell overnight. They went from being the most centrally organized clan to losing the ability to centrally organize. And so now, in modern Knights, you have Tremere that are all scattered about, and some are trying to rebuild the pyramid without blood bonds. Some are trying to go their own way as like hedge mages. Some are trying to join the Anarchs. There's a huge scattering of the Tremere now. Vienna, thank you. It wasn't Venice. Honestly, it's cool lore. Common, Hunter, Mega W. I wouldn't say common, but they tend to embrace humans that are interested in the occult. They're interested in knowledge. They used to embrace individuals that are just like, they still do embrace like scholars, academics. And before there was a very big like loyalty thing. It was a very big like subservience, submissiveness. You will obey me. Now it's much more of just like sure, we'll embrace Harry Potter. Why not? And the Ventru are also one of the three major clans of the Camarilla. These are the clan of kings, the blue bloods, the tyrants, the warlords, the patricians, the Borgias. This is the other one that Bloodlines said that I could play because I took the quiz where it's just like answering questions. These are the leaders. These are the self-declared rulers of all kindred. They have dominate, so they can force you to like mental control you. They have fortitude to protect themselves physically and mentally, and they have presence, manipulating emotion. They are entirely social, and they, as a clan, are all about nobility. They used to only ever recruit from nobles, not the wealthy, not money, not anything like that. Like you had to be a landed noble that had a lineage that the Ventru would like groom over generations before they would embrace you. That's how picky they are. And then in modern days, does anyone know what the modern noble is? It's right there. You know exactly what it is because it is like trust fund babies. It is CEOs. It is like corporate America. The modern Ventru is huge, like Fortune 500 CEOs. Not politicians. You'd think it would be politicians. Like not even high pedigree. It's like Ventru shifted very subtly, but still notably, from nobility to money. They are the clan that has all of the money. And one of the reasons why they're so important to the Camarilla is not just that they are the self-styled like leaders of the Camarilla, they also have all of the money, right? And their bane is they have a specific requirement in who they can drink from. And if they don't meet that requirement, you must spend willpower to feed on them. Oh, so you can still feed on them. Okay. Yeah, when the Ventru drinks blood from any mortal outside their preference, a profound exertion of will is required, or the blood taken surges back up as scarlet vomit. So, as a Ventru, I might have the requirement. I can only feed off of like female escorts. I can only feed off of divorced middle-aged men. I can only feed off of children. I can only feed off of people who have blonde hair and blue eyes. Like some weird requirement that if I try to feed off someone that does not meet that requirement, I have to spend like willpower, like which is a resource in the game, which damages me, hurts me, or I physically cannot feed off of them. So the Ventru are like super prissy about like who and what they feed off of. And that is the 12 or the 2, 4, 7. That's 7. That's 7 of the main clans. Now there's 2 more that are in the main book. They're the Caitiff. These are kindred with no clan. They're the clanless, the panders, the orphans, the trash, scum, freestylers. They have access to every single discipline, but it's more expensive. Normally, it is if I am a Bruja and I want to get a point of potence, I have to spend 5 experience per level of potence. So if I'm getting my first power of potence, I have to spend 5 XP. If I want to get my second power of potence, I have to spend 10 XP. The Caitiff is everything is 6, but everything is 6. It doesn't matter if it's dominate or obfuscate or potence. Like they culturally have no culture. They are not a clan. They are everyone that is not in the clan. They also have no bane. Yeah, so Caitiff characters begin with a suspect flaw. So basically everyone is suspicious of you because you have no clan, and you cannot purchase positive status for them during character creation. You cannot start the game where people like you. People are always going to be suspicious of you. But like, you don't have rarefied tastes. You're not super ugly. You're not like gonna blow up at the drop of a hat. And then the other thing is the thin blood. The thin-blooded, these are your 14th, 15th, and 16th generation vampires. The Duskborn, the Mercurians, the young ones, runoffs, chameleons, abortions. They are so removed from Cain that they cannot make new vampires. They are vampires, but they can't make new vampires. They can't blood bond people. Sometimes the sun doesn't hurt them as bad. Sometimes they can't regenerate from wounds in the same way as vampires. Most vampires that are lower in generation than like 10 don't consider the thin bloods vampires. Yeah, like the Caitiff are vampires that have no clan, but they are full vampires. The thin bloods are like Dampiers almost. Yeah, exactly. They're basically Dampiers Conway. Not quite. Dampiers are a different thing in World of Darkness, but thin bloods are basically Dampiers. And so they get thin blood alchemy. They actually get a really cool but really complicated system. They can't use disciplines naturally. But as a thin blood, they can take weirdo ingredients and mix it with other vampires' blood and human blood that has resonance to it and mimic disciplines. So the obfuscate power, which allows you to be invisible. Thin bloods can't do that. Caitiff can. Caitiff can just learn that power normally, just it's more expensive. Thin bloods can mimic it and do mechanically an identical thing, but they have to grab like a full liter of car exhaust smoke, melancholic resonance from at least 2 separate humans, and a drop of blood from a kindred that knows how to use obfuscate. And like they have to mix all of that together into a potion that they drink, and then after drinking the potion, they just turn invisible. Right? Sounds like Witcher blood host. Yeah, a little bit. Also, religious vamps think thin bloods are a sign of the end times. The Sabbat kind of thinks that they're signs of the end times, but there's also a path in the Sabbat, path of the sun. Yeah. So that's the various clans. So I have a question for you. I have 3 questions for you. Which of those clans would you want to be? Like you as a person, I'm kind of curious. Which clan would you say I would be? and which clan would you want to make a character of? Oh, what's not the sign of the end times? Listen. There are as many signs of the end times as clans that every other clan hates, which everyone hates the Bruja, everyone hates the Gangrel, everyone hates the Malkavians, everyone hates the Nosferatu, everyone hates the Toreador, everyone definitely hates the Tremere, everyone resents the Ventru, certainly, so they hate the Ventru, everyone hates the Caitiff, everyone hates the Thin Bloods. Yeah. So let me ask you this. Would you be interested if I go through like Banu Hakim, Hakata, La Sombra, Ministry? Like, do you want me to go through the other clans, or do we want to just keep it simple for now? You want to be the Wizard Boys? Blood Magic seems super useful. What is the Banu Hakim? Probably co-opted into Banu Hakim. I'd be the ones without the Caitiff, I think. Personally, Bruja or Caitiff, I could not deal with the Camarilla. So heads up, you can be a Bruja that is a loyalist of the Camarilla. You can be a Nosferatu who is an Anarch. You can be a Sabbat Tremere. You are not prescriptively the various sects. That being said, if you are a Ventru, 99% of Ventru are Camarilla. Probably like 90% of Bruja are Anarchs. Right. So it's like everyone will look at you weird. Everyone will assume like an Anarch Ventru. Hello? But like there's nothing stopping you mechanically. You probably Tremere? I'd be a Tremere? I probably would like to be a Malkavian. They seem the least insufferable. See, that's the thing. The Malkavian has this weird thing, for me at least, where it sucks for you, and like you're annoying maybe to be around, but it's like, it's your burden, not everyone else's. And honestly, like, I said it before, my brain is stupid anyway. I already have weird stuff going on in my brain, and I already have struggles that I have to deal with that. Would this just like make it worse, or would it just like be literally exactly the same? Some clans are very divided on it, like some, yeah. Vampire the Masquerade, we all hate each other, and unless we kill one another, we'll be stuck with each other forever. I know, but I wanted to defenestrate the local prince, that textbook Bruja behavior. Pro, blood sorcery. Con, your clanmates are jerks and no one trusts you. I could probably raw dog being a Malkavian. I am built different. I mean, that's the thing, is that like if you're plural, for instance, would being a Malkavian like exacerbate that, or would that just be completely normal for you? Because I feel like to most people, plurality would be like, whoa, Malkavian, I'm crazy, whoa. But in reality, that's just like what people live. That's what some people live as. So I'm curious if like, if you already have, for instance, like if you're plural, or if you're like schizophrenic, or if you have some sort of mental, what's the appropriate way to say this? Like a mental, I think mental dysfunction. That's what I learned in uni, but I don't know if that's actually still appropriate. But like some sort of mental condition in which case you do not have neurotypicality. I don't I'm wondering if you're already like very neurodivergent and breaching from the norm, if you just kind of like be normal. Would only one part of the system be affected? That's what I'm wondering, is that if you have a system, because like it's about the blood. It's not about the mind, it's about the blood. But the Malkavian is about the mind. So I have no idea. You'd be a Zamiti, just body mod the heck out of yourself. Malkavian can mean anything from ADHD to complete insanity. It can also mean just sociopathy. It can mean a complete lack of emotions, which like me as a teenager, but extremely tangential. But I feel like competing apocalypses would make a killer one-page RPG. A planet killer RPG. Proud of yourself? I think you'd be a Caitiff. You're a blend of different cultures, hobbies, and styles, so the flexibility and broad options seem to suit you for the character. Caitiff also gives broad options. That's true. And also, like, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really feel like I fit in a lot of spots. So Caitiff could work for me as a person. So let's look at the other clans. These are not core. These are not in the core rules. These are from other source books. But like I know about them, so I can still explain them. I was thinking I was just gonna do the main 12 or the main 7 plus main 9, I guess. But I might as well do these since it's all in the wiki. The Banu Hakim, the clan of the Hunt, Assassins, Children of Hakim, Saracens, Mediators, Lawmen. These are an Eastern faction, primarily from the Middle East. I think it might also be in India. I know the Ventru and the Ravnos are all over India, but like the Banu Hakim, they are from the Middle East. They're considered the judges, and they get blood sorcery, much like the Tremere, but they have a different flavor of it. The Tremere use sorcerous magic through blood. The Banu Hakim use more so like, I mean, it's assassin magic. They're assassins. They are vampire assassins that have been working out of the Middle East for many generations. They have celerity, so super speed, and obfuscate, so they're hidden. They have a blood addiction, which means that if they start drinking, or if they smell the blood of another kindred, they have to like make a roll to resist. That's the variant. When Banu Hakim slakes at least one hunger from another vampire, they must make a hunger frenzy at 2+ bane severity. If they fail, they gorge themselves, turning into possible diablerie. Like, they physically can't stop themselves from drinking from another vampire, which is why they have a little diablerie problem, particularly because their compulsion is judgment. Whenever they feel like there is a lack of fairness or a breaching of rules or someone that is doing something that is wicked to them, they often like to punish them, which if you're in the clan that is assassins and you like punishing people and also you can't stop yourself from drinking them, that leads to a lot of diablerie. Oh, kinky? No. They're also overwhelmingly Muslim, where like I think that like they recognize the Quran as a clan-wide holy text, and there is divides within the faction of their progenitor Hakim following him versus following the Prophet. And so there is like a lot going back and forth there. In Modern Knights, they have actually tried to join the Camarilla, and they've been mostly successful. For like hundreds of years now, the Camarilla kind of like didn't like them, but used them as assassins because, hey, why not? They're assassins. And now the Banu Hakim are like, hey, it's very clearly the end of the world. Let's join with you. Let's just join forces. What's the worst that could happen? And the Camarilla is like, sure. So now the Banu Hakim pretty solidly joining the Camarilla. The Hakata are the youngest clan by far. The Hakata are based off of a series of different bloodlines being outside of the main clans, but still tied together. The Hakata formed off of the tale of the Giovanni, who were a bloodline that was so powerful they were in the running to be a clan. This is the clan of death, necromancers, grave robbers, the family, stiffs, corpses, devil kindred, Lazarans. They have Auspex, which is about presence, awareness, seeing the future. Fortitude, physical resilience, mental and physical. And Oblivion, which Oblivion is a really weird discipline. It's a mixture of two separate powers that don't really fit, but kind of thematically fit. It is shadow magic, and it is necromancy. Hakata is all about necromancy. It is expected that as a Hakata, you will use Oblivion to get necromancy powers. The Hakata are the most recent clan. Like, they formed in the 21st century in lore. Because they were a bunch of bloodlines that came together for what was called the family reunion. Initially, it was headed by the Giovanni, and then it was headed by the Hakata, and then they came together, they did a big bloodline ritual that merged all of their bloodlines together, put all this blood juice together, merged all of the bloodlines, and now you have Clan Hakata. Their bane is that their bite is extremely painful. Most kindred have a very like... It's effectively like a morphine injection. Like what it is that it's when a vampire bites you, you just get overtaken by euphoria, and you literally like can't move your body, and you just like kind of go mentally numb, and it's just like you like get high effectively for like the length of them biting you. So most kindred bite a human, drink their blood, their saliva can seal wounds, so they like lick back up the wound and then they just walk away. And then oftentimes it's like, hey baby girl, how about you and I like go somewhere? And then you go somewhere and then the human thinks that they're gonna like hanky panky, so the vampire just bites them and then leaves or pretends they just did hanky panky, and the human's like, oh wow, I mean, I feel good, so clearly that must have been a really fun time for me, even though they can't really remember it. The Hakata, it is painful to the extent that it might kill someone by biting them, which makes it so that feeding off of someone is kind of really risky. Yeah, so it's so painful that they might just like die of shock. They're like, that must have been good hanky panky, like, and that's something where I don't understand. Apparently that's a thing where people who like engage in casual activities, they'll just like go to a bar, they'll get drunk, they'll wake up at someone's house and they'll be like, huh, I guess I had a good night. Like, what? No. How is that not horrifying? For some reason, all Vampire the Masquerade players I know are kinky. I think there's a big Venn diagram. I mean, so listen, if you play Vampire the Masquerade, you're into TTRPGs, you're into goths, and you're into biting people. Those are three of the pillars. So you're into role-playing, you're into goth, and you're into biting people. Do I need to say more? They seem very culturally interesting. That's speed is a big deal. There's almost nothing about this game line that isn't at least kinky. The blood bond is literally Dom's up. So what I will say, in Vampire, it's made, I mean, so if you didn't know, historically, vampires are a cultural representation of assault. No getting around that. Culturally speaking, they are effectively a manifestation of intimate predation. And so that is baggage that is held over even to like the 2024 Nosferatu. Like, that whole movie was one big allegory for a young woman who was assaulted and then like later has to willingly go back to the Nosferatu, the monster, the one that assaulted her, and quote unquote like willingly give herself up so it could die, which was really weird mixed messaging. And that's not me reading too far into it. That is pretty explicitly what it is about, which is weird. So vampires as a whole, they are intrinsically tied to the idea of intimate predation. A lot of old school sapphic vampires was about the fear of these evil vampiric women turning our women gay and turning our wives gay. So all of these like depictions of like classic lesbian vampires or sapphic vampires was actually based in a deep-rooted like homophobia and fear of predation. That holds true, not the homophobia, but like the predation holds true in Vampire, and the game kind of is upfront about the fact that like, hey, vampires are this. We're not gonna dance around that. You have powers as a player that allows you to take away the free will of whoever you're interacting with. That's on you as players to make sure that everyone at your game is comfortable. And that is something where like, that's not something I deal with in my game. That is a line that I set up before the game every time I play. But that is something where it's like, everyone who's like, wow, this game is like so weirdly kinky. Like, I mean, yeah, it's vampires. Carmilla in the original text is very into girls. But Arrow plays Vampire the Masquerade. Okay. If every Vampire the Masquerade player you know is weirdly kinky, clearly I'm the exception, right? You're right, but you shouldn't say it. I mean, like, I consider myself an educator. I'm dressed like a vampire too. I am! All I know about Nosferatu is what you said in your presentation and then the ensuing shootout. It was very funny. Because if you don't know, last year I did a presentation on Fiazera, a VTuber's channel. Aussie VTuber, very sweet. And she got a bunch of people on to do horror movie presentations. And I gave a presentation on Nosferatu 2024. And what I did is that I was streaming And so before I went over to her stream and before I did my presentation, I told my community, I'm going to ask her at the very end, would you smash or pass Nosferatu? And if she says pass, I'm going to tell her, whoa, you have brought ruin upon your land. And then I want all of you to shoot her. Because we were doing shared chat where my community could still do Purge the Week and purge our shared chat. So then we went through the entire presentation and I asked her, okay, after all that, smash or pass Nosferatu? And she goes, you know what, I'm going to have to pass. And then I'm like, whoa, you've brought ruin upon your people. And then my community, like, it was like 30 straight seconds of just like annihilating her community. Which, like, I will say, my community, you're very good about not spamming it. When you do spam it, you go a little too hard. So we do need to work on that. However, y'all have been very good about not being a bother about it. Weird how lesbians went from being that weird thing as curiosities. I mean, like, I'm not going to get into, like, I'm not going to shake my fist and say patriarchy. I'm not going to get into, like, feminism rant, but I am going to be like, it's shifting of culture. Yeah, exoticism, taboo, go hand in hand. That is true. I guess it's weird how misogynistic men shifted the fear away from lesbians and onto non-white men. I mean, we're not going to get into this. We're not getting into this. The big thing about TTRPGs and BDSM is consent. We can play with those themes as long as everyone is consent. I mean, and that's why I am a big proponent, despite not being in that scene. I think the best people to ask for advice on, like, safety tools are people in that community. Because I am a silly loser who plays TTRPGs. And sometimes that means I talk about subjects that some of my players might find upsetting. Who better to ask about not pushing boundaries that I should not push than someone whose entire, like, hobby is about pushing boundaries? They are a subject matter expert as far as I'm concerned. So what I'm saying is I need to hit up some lewd tubers and get them on as an interview to explain boundaries and consent setting in a TTRPG context. The La Sombra. The La Sombra, gosh, I clicked. Weird. Sorry. The La Sombra. These are one of the Sabbat clans. The Sabbat has two major clans that are part of it. They're the Night Clan, the Magisters, the Keepers, Shadows, Abyss Mystics, Turncoats, Traitors. They have Dominate. They can physically control, they mentally control you. They have Oblivion. They use the Shadow Magic, not really the Necromancy. And they have Potence, Super Strength. In recent nights, despite being one of the two founding clans of the Sabbat, like the big evil, like Cain is going to bring about the world, they have tried joining the Camarilla. The La Sombra, just like the Banu Hakim, are like, hey, it's the end of the world. Can I get in? And the Camarilla is kind of like willing with the Banu Hakim because they have a working relationship for like hundreds of years. The La Sombra have been active enemies for centuries, since the Convention of Thorns back in the 14th century. So the La Sombra very much have okay, you want to join? Bring us the head of one of your other La Sombra buddies and we'll let you join. And so it's very much you join by killing another Sabbat-aligned La Sombra. So the La Sombra are actively going through a civil war right now, as a ton of La Sombra are trying to jump ship and join the Camarilla. Wait, so is the end of the world a factual thing that's definitely happening? I mean, yes, but not in Vampire. In Vampire, there is... So in Vampire, there's something called Gehenna. It is like the war to end all wars. It is like the final nights or whatever. This will be heralded by those of thin blood who cannot make more of their own and are not damaged by the sun. It will be heralded by the call of the elders, where elders will get up and they will feel this beckoning to go to the Middle East and fight in this war, where elders from both the Sabbat and from the Camarilla are just like, I've been I've been like the Prince of Champagne for 700 years. And for whatever reason, I feel this intense urge that I can't stop to like root up my life, hand my power over to like some other, like my child or whatever, and I'm going to go off to the Middle East and I'm going to go fight and I'm going to die for reasons I don't understand. And then the waking of the antediluvians. These are some of the big ones. Antediluvians. And these are that third generation. These are the ones that created all the clan curses because they rebelled against Cain. These are the ones the Sabbat are trying to kill because they want to stop Gehenna. So the Thin Bloods are around. The Elders are currently being summoned. No, that they are. We're currently at like 2 or 3 right now. The Antediluvians. Back in 1999, one of them definitely awakened. Like Ravnos the Antediluvian woke up in 1999 and got killed. He'll get better, but killed. So we're kind of hitting all of the main ones. There are more. I don't remember. Oh, neat. Just finding your channel and you're getting into my main special interest. Well, welcome on in, Mason. Yeah, I've talked vampire before. It's just right now I'm making a character about it, which it's been 2 hours and I haven't started this character sheet yet. There's a red moon in the sky. You can see with Auspex. Yeah. Like werewolves on their way to eat a factory worker. This will stop the burning of Gaia Trust. Like, that's why I said the end of the world already happened to the werewolves. The end of the world is about to happen to the vampires. The end of the world is happening right now to the hunters, and they're trying to kill all of the vampires and kill all of the werewolves and kill all of the changelings because they need to stop this overtaking of the good old American gumption kind of deal. I reached for a podcast title for Ace Person Talks to a Lewd Creator. All I've got is Ace in the Hose, like Ace in the Hole. That would be very funny. You know what? Let's just make all or nothing. That classic Tumblr post. I'm sure nothing bad will happen if we try to cash in on that cursed idea. End of the world to the mages. Okay, so which one of us won? The end of the world scenarios happened for all factions of V20. Yeah, but then they walked it back. Right? Wasn't it that the end of the world happened for all of them and then they were like, actually, that's not really what happened. That's just what would happen if it did happen. How do mages feel about this? So the mages are all over the place. Mages, y'all who know mage better than me, would you agree mages are one of the least centralized splats? Because like obviously they have the technocracy and they have the traditions, but also like outside of the technocracy, who are basically the mage version of the Camarilla, the traditions are very like entrenched and more so institutions you engage with. Mages will just come around and just do whatever they want. You have the cabals that are outside of all of them. Like I feel like mage is pretty by and large the least centralized because werewolves have the tribes and their septs. You have Kindred who have their sects such as the Camarilla and the Sabbat. Hunters are pretty decentralized. Changelings tend to have their freeholds. Like changelings tend to still stick together and run in groups. Traditions are more like cells, yeah. Mages are incredibly individualized, yes. Ask 4 mages how magic works, you can get 6 answers and started 3 blood foods. And that's why I'm thinking like mages don't really have an end of the world scenario in the same way. You really just have the technocracy trying to impose consensus and everyone's trying to get their own consensus. If you're here for vampire, don't worry about this. This is not relevant. You do not need to know about what consensus or reality of the technocracy all are. This is for the other World of Darkness nerds. Like we're just kind of like spitballing here. I don't know enough about Prometheans. I know Prometheans are basically like Frankenstein's monster. I know they're basically golems. I know they're basically like just created beings. I don't know like anything about their lore. Nothing really happens in World of Darkness. The end of the world happened, but we got Chronicles that are different setting, but not really. A mage apocalypse is the technocrats win? I don't think that's the case. I think that the technocrats can't win. The technocrats, once they establish consensus, they're gonna be like, okay, now we need to like deal with Cthulhu, right? So like the technocrats can't win. And you can't really establish consensus. Like consensus is based off of the public and what the sleepers think. Therefore, if over the next 50 years there's a huge spiritual reawakening and like everyone becomes super religious and like 90% of the world's population adheres to like one of 3 faiths, like consensus will change. And sure, the technocracy can put in places where they're going to assassinate any would-be prophets and they're going to shut down media circulation of like the new religions. But like we have seen time and time again, censorship does not work 100%. It certainly helps, but almost always ideas are going to spread, and no totalitarian regime can exist in totality, even if they control reality. Because that is not how totalitarianism works. Totalitarianism is crisis control, and bad crisis control at that. Well, yeah, they're literally everywhere, even space, but like they're currently struggling with space. The Void engineers do not know how to deal with Cthulhu. Part 1, from what I understand, World of Darkness end times are written as lore before Y2K in the real world, and the makers of the setting had all their end times and lore wrapped around that. Yeah, 1999 is when everything happened. After real world time passed, the makers decided to change it because they wanted to keep the setting. Censorship may not work, but incentive structures might. I mean, like, there will always be people that resist, even if it is minor, and even if it is only subconsciously. The public's subconscious is what makes consensus. Therefore, I don't think the technocrats can ever win. I don't think any one mage or any one organization of mages can ever win. And even if, like, the technocrats eliminate the traditions, kill all of the Nefandi, kill all of the cabals, like, have propaganda machines from when you're 0 years old, like, they tell consensus into the womb, and from birth, all you've ever known is their version of consensus. Human thought is divergent, inherently. It would constantly be a push-pull battle to maintain consensus, and they can't do that if they're also focused on literally anything else. And if they're only focused on maintaining consensus, they're not going to be able to function. Wait, what? Void Engineering Cthulhu? Don't worry about it. That's mages. That's mages. Don't worry about it. Like I said, the only end of the world for mages would be the end of all... Yeah, the end of all magic would be the end of mages. Instead, they added so much wonder and whimsy and hope to the world, and the Fae came back to extinction. No, so that was actually the moon landing. Like, the moon landing is canonically what brought back the changelings. Because the changelings are powered by glamour and like creativity and inspiration, and one of the most inspiring moments of the last 100 years, according to the World of Darkness devs, and I don't think they're wrong, is humanity setting foot on the moon. Humanity going to the moon and literally stepping foot on a celestial body that dinosaurs were looking at, right? Like, and the moon landing is one of those things where, like, I think it's really easy to take for granted, but particularly with the Artemis mission that just happened, like the slingshot around it, like, it's really cool. The Fae would like to go back to being extinct now. Yeah. I do want to try Orpheus. It's a microcosm of the World of Darkness. The moon landing brought back some changelings and greatly empowered those already here. I actually don't think that it brought back some and empowered the others. I think it literally, like, brought them back into existence. Maybe there were some still around, but my understanding is, like, the moon landing was responsible for the resurgence of the Fae. Enjoy, Conway. Like, in my setting, I obviously had changelings. I had Fae that were around before it. If anyone remembers, in my werewolf game, the freehold that the werewolf player character went to, there was a quote-unquote old man who had been around for hundreds of years and had been asleep for at least 100. That is far beyond before what the moon landing was. So unclear if he's a true Fae, if he's a changeling, if he's whatever. But the idea that, like, there are Fae beings that were here before the moon landing. Changeling is great if you're LGBT plus or neurodivergent. That's why I think, unironically, I would probably be a changeling in World of Darkness. I don't think that they're cool, per se. like they're not my favorite splat by any means, but I am so involved in like the creative process. It gives me so much energy and joy is to create something. And banality, the banality of the modern world genuinely drains me. Like I mean, you've seen me. Like I streamed yesterday on Discord. I streamed today. I was editing. Like I edit every day. I create. I make TTRPGs. I make music. I program video games. Like I create. I write. Creating is the thing that if I could not do, I don't think I would want to live. Right? It's so core to my being. And that's so Fae. That's so changeling. Like getting glamour from creating, and like particularly, and this is really toxic of me, so like I shouldn't feel this way, but like unironically, the response that I get from you and your input and your response and your comments and your viewership and your attention, like, is just a adrenal shot of adrenaline for me. Like, it's an adrenal shot of dopamine, of serotonin. It, like, the ability to interface with like-minded individuals who all care about TTRPGs and nerd stuff and like just want to be creative and have a good time, and just like that is just so like mentally healing for me. And like that is kind of parasocial, I'm not gonna lie, but and it is kind of like doing it for the audience as opposed to doing it for the process, which is probably not the best, because if there's any dip in audience, then suddenly that's a dip in my serotonin. But like unironically, like the glamour I get from being an inspiration, or from when people say like, oh my gosh, you got me into the system, or I tried out this game because of you, or I'm so interested in this hobby because of you, or even just like, hey, I really liked your voiceover meme. That all just like Arrows Road to Darkness. Why is everyone chill like that? You're in the glamour grind. Honestly, like I think a lot of people would find what I do for content really boring, because like the vast majority of what I do for content is just editing. It is just rote editing. It is. I spend more time editing than I do streaming in a week. Probably, maybe not, maybe. But I love it. You would be a Risen, a pretentious, pedantic post-metamodernist. It'd be a perfect mage, methinks. Just don't meet the audience, but yeah. So I don't meet audience, but I have a very strict. I have a very strict policy where I refuse to engage privately, really in any capacity, with fans. Because like even if I'm not going to make it weird, and even if I trust myself, I understand that so many people have been weirdos and so many people have been inappropriate, not to mention if I open that door, then suddenly that opens the door for a lot of parasocial people. So I just don't do that. The only time I breach this is if you're another oh my gosh, I gotta step away for a second. But yeah, like I just only breach this if like you're another content creator and I'm like setting something up with you. Like I've talked to some TTRPG devs, for instance, but or if you're talking to me like a moderation issue, right? If you DM me because you're like, hey, there's a spammer on the server, like, yeah, obviously that's fine, but I'm not gonna DM community members and be like, hey, how's your day been? Because like that is a bridge too far. Yeah, I was actually super, super nervous to do Discord things. Like I hopped on I hopped on a Discord call on the server yesterday. I think for like literally the first time. Like that was the first time I like ever had a conversation with someone in Discord, in the community Discord. But that was because I was in stage. It was just me talking, and then people could come in basically like a stream for the audience. I go out of my way to avoid private interactions because just like at best I'm encouraging parasocial behavior. At worst, I'm doing something inappropriate, right? And like obviously I trust myself because I'm not like that, but also like what could I do if I talk to someone and then they come out and they're just like, hey, Arrow said bad things to me, here's DMs to prove it, and then they like use AI to generate stuff. I'm like, I only talked to this person, I didn't do the things they said that I did. And then they're like, oh no, you deleted the messages, and then suddenly it's a he said she said kind of deal. I just avoid it on multiple levels. And I think like genuinely it is just based off the fact that I have seen so many times now, particularly in the content creator space, but also like with celebrities, someone get popular, let it get to their head, they surround themselves with like yes men and fans and people who love and support them like unconditionally, and then they like mistreat or abuse or are inappropriate to them, and then they just like crash so hard because they didn't know how to just like be a normal person. Understandable, people are nuts out there. Yeah, I just like, which it does make me a little sad because I would love to have the community space where I could just hop in a VC and people would be there and we could just have a conversation. But I also recognize that there is a power imbalance. I recognize that no matter how normal you are and no matter how normal I am, like we are not on the same level because the community, like it or not, is built around me. So even if I'm totally normal about it, you might act in a certain way to not upset me. Even if that means doing things that you don't necessarily want to do or would prefer not to do. And then suddenly it gets into like, well, I didn't ask you to do this, you just did this for me. And then like, that's just, we do have the stage. That's why I want to do the stage more often. I want to hop in the Discord stage more often now. I did miss the Discord thing. I hope it went well. It went well. Unfortunately, I wanted to run Kane. My player was unable to join us, unfortunately. So I ended up being like, okay, I'm gonna make a biome for my TTRPG instead. I'm gonna be productive. I'm gonna world build. And then chat was like, but what if you sang for us instead? And then I was like, okay. And then I sang Slipknot by Slipknot. And apparently it didn't suck. It was just bad. Oh no, the Ace is a predator. I have heard that before. It was bull. Yeah, Discord stage hits the vibe without the ick, I think. Yeah, and I think that the layer of separation is what makes it. The layer of separation of it is me speaking at all of you makes it more... I mean, it's safe is what it is. I'm safe from parasocial weirdos. You're safe from if I'm to do anything inappropriate. And like, all of this is just stuff that I think normally... There are minors in the community. Like, oh my God. There are people who like DM their community members, I'm sure. Can you imagine how dangerous that is if you have a creator who's like, it's called like 22 to 35 and they're just DMing someone who's like 16? Even if there's no weirdness going on, even if they're not being a weirdo, even if there's nothing inappropriate going on, like that is just like, let's avoid that. It wasn't bad. It was bad. Wait, were you running Kane through stage? So what it was going to be is I was going to run Kane for my player. It's the same Kane game I've been running for months now, the Valentine's game. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it, so then I pivoted, and then I ended up singing Slipknot by Slipknot, the one that goes, Pentex sucks, like that one. It's about werewolves. And And what I could do is I could do a dedicated karaoke where I would need to practice the songs first, because I'm not a singer and I don't sing on my off time and I don't have like that sort of thing. But it would be very funny to do a karaoke set on Discord. Oh yeah, just the player? Yeah. So like the player and I would be in call, and like I know this person, they're another content creator, it's Larry Dust. We would be just having a session normally and you could listen in, because up until now we haven't done that. Yeah, no, let's avoid that as hard as possible. Like, and that's why, like I've had people who will DM me randomly, and my response to that is almost always I just delete the message. Like I click out of the DM, I like delete the DM, and then I'll just usually make an announcement just like, hey, random reminder for anyone who happens to need to know it, don't DM me. I have a policy where I don't talk to people unless you're another content creator. Sorry. If you have something you want to talk to me about, do it in a public channel. Right? So I've had a couple times where people have tried this, and I've had a couple times where I remember one person, they DM'd me like once per week for like a month. And every time was like, hey, how are you? I hope your day's going well. It's just like, oh, here's what I was up to. And like, blah, blah, blah. And like, just like trying to like slide in. And I had to keep like Xing out of the DMs every time they would send a message. And then I gave a reminder in the Discord multiple times. I was just like, hey, don't reach out to me. Because I don't know. Obviously, I assume in almost all circumstances, they just have the best of intentions. They just like appreciate the content that I make, and they want to be friends, and they think it would be cool, and they don't understand that like, or they don't know that I have a policy that I don't talk to people. I assume the best, and I operate off of the worst, you know? I did not know Slipknot. No, Slipknot has a whole album. Yeah, they diss the Bonars because the Bonars used to be like a slur that you would call other Garo. Yeah, mate, feed, kill, repeat, I think. Their first album. They just have a bunch of Werewolf the Apocalypse references because they were like playing Werewolf the Apocalypse, and then they made an album. Guru, fine. The Guru. I call them Garo, and no one stopped me. No one stopped me from calling them Garo until I went on stream and I started calling them Garo, and people are like, Garo? Don't you mean the Guru? And I'm just like, no, I mean the Garo. Assume the best, prepare for the worst, best way to live. Also, if you ain't Slipknot, it ain't gonna be the best, but it's gonna be fun as heck. That is true. That is true. Although I think, so anyone who was there can say like their honest opinions. If it sucked, it sucked. If it was great, it was great. Like I am someone who, I prefer honesty. And that's why I'm so surprised at people being so kind about like the Payday cover that I did. If you don't know, last year, like 6 months ago or 5 months ago at this point, for Christmas, like on Christmas, I released a 12 Days of Payday cover, which is a song from like 2014, 2016, which was the Payday crew singing 12 Days of Christmas with Payday themed lyrics, and then I covered it. And it was very fun. I was editing it on Christmas, which if you don't know, Christmas, my birthday. So it was a birthday gift and a Christmas gift to myself. It was one where I said, I don't care if this is bad. I don't care if this is like indulgent. I don't care if this isn't going to perform well. I'm doing this because I want to. And it was so much fun. And people are so nice about it. I think it was good, even if you did struggle to sustain the deep voice for long screams. I struggled with the screams. A lot of heavy metal has a bunch of Lord of the Rings references. Dude, metalheads are nerds. I love metalheads. Metalheads are like my people. Not only because I really enjoy metal, but like, honestly, I really rock Disturbed. Like if I was to do like karaoke, or if I was to like sing songs, I would probably want to do a set list of Disturbed. Just like various Disturbed songs, like not just Down with the Sickness, but also like Stricken, the Vengeful One. Honestly, like I can't really call Sound of Silence Disturbed, but the sound, like the Disturbed Sound of Silence cover is up there with like covers that eclipse the original.
No, Gato. Disturbed cover Sound of Silence is better than the original. Fight me. I don't need to fight you. You and I are on the same team here. Indestructible. How did I forget Indestructible? Inside the Fire. I think Ring of Fire is another one. The Night. Merry Birthmas. Merry Birthmas, yeah. Bad How. What is Bad How? Yeah, so like I really like Disturbed. Honestly, Avenged Sevenfold. Avenged Sevenfold is one where like I haven't listened to a lot of their stuff. I like basically everything I've heard from them. It's mostly Nightmare and Hail to the King. Those are the two albums that I've heard most of. Linkin Park. And obviously like early Linkin Park is more metal, whereas later Linkin Park is more rock, more punk. Korn is one where like again I have not listened to a lot of it, but like I rock it. It's like Freak on a Leash. Obviously Metallica and Megadeth. I haven't listened to that much Megadeth. I've listened to significantly more Metallica because like Black Album, Master of Puppets. I think there's another album. What's the other like really popular? For Whom the Bell Tolls? Is that another album name or is that just one of the songs? And then Black Sabbath, actually. I've listened to more Black Sabbath than I think that I give myself credit for. And what's the Black Sabbath album where it's just like the world is on fire? Is it War Pigs? I know it's the one that has War Pigs. I think it also has Crazy Train. That's the main album that I've listened to from them. As someone with a birthday in December, Merry Birthmas is very true. Yep. Avenged Sevenfold was my jam in high school. Darn good band. In the opposite direction of metal song. Yep. Johnny Cash's Hurt. That was another one. Johnny Cash's Hurt, Disturbed, Sound of Silence, and Shrek 2, I Need a Hero are three like covers that exceed the original. Have I listened to the metal cover of Butcher's Vanity? No. Wait, have I? I might have. For those of you who don't know, I got into Vocaloid like a couple months ago, mostly with Teto, actually, a decent bit of Miku, and then I really liked Butcher's Vanity, so much so that I made a Mega Dungeon room around it. And everyone kept telling me to listen to Lemonade Stand. I didn't listen to Lemonade Stand. I ended up listening to Spiraling, which was a crossover of Teto x Yishi by like a no-name. Not like literally a no-name, but like someone who had like under 1,000 subscribers when they released it. I think Spiraling only has like 10,000 views or something, and it dropped like 2 months ago, but it's really like it's a very 2000s punk. System of a Down. I know Chop Suey, and I like Chop Suey. Toxicity is what Toxicity. That like when I think System of a Down, I think Toxicity. The toxicity of our city. Butcher's Vanity just kind of makes me want to play a Nagaraja. Butcher's Vanity made me want to run a hound. So I feel you, because what is it? The slaughter's mine. I'd love to see you come undone, unsatisfied until I got you flayed alive. Yeah, so like I like the idea because when Kane, the hound, has an ability where it can flay you. So I like the idea of just like playing Butcher's Vanity and just being like, the slaughter's mine. I'd love to see you come undone, unsatisfied. Oh gosh, I can't go that high. Unsatisfied until I got you flayed alive. As you're like flaying them, I think that would be a really cool hook to whip out as you are hooking through their flesh. Yay. Aerial. I'm familiar with aerials. If you haven't listened to System of a Down, I don't know many of their songs. I know like Chop Suey, I know Toxicity. I actually really enjoy both of them. I know a couple others that I've listened to, but I don't know them off the top of my head. Band I forgot about. I'm sorry, Sabaton. I love you. Please forgive me, Sabaton. Like, metal, history, banger. Like, oh my gosh. Like Great War, Last Stand, The End of the War to End All Wars. That's actually one that I'm not really super familiar with. I just know the song name because I was looking it up earlier. Stormtroopers, but the Christmas song, like genuinely, I don't remember the name of it. It was like the Christmas of 1944, or like the Christmas of 1943 or something. Like the Christmas Truce. Genuinely, like a fantastic song. Attack of the Dead Man. Oh yeah. See, my issue is that with most bands, I know like 1 to 3 songs by them. Maybe I know an album, and I otherwise have just like listened to an entire like track, and I don't know the song names. So I can say I really enjoy Sabaton. I don't know many of their song names. Certain bands are different for obvious reasons, because like I listen to their singles or their solos more, or I look up individual songs much more. But a lot of bands I will just like I could not name a single Dead Kennedys song name. However, I have just Holiday in Cambodia? Is that Dead Kennedys? That's one that I knew before, because if you don't know, my music taste, and I did not know this for the longest time, Guitar Hero 3. My music taste was irrevocably changed by growing up playing Guitar Hero 3. It's a Holiday in Cambodia. Rage Against the Machine, Bulls on Parade. What are Knights of Sidonia by Muse. Devil Went Down to Georgia. Like, I have a great fondness for that song because that's the final boss theme in the game. Have I hydrated? I have not drank any water this entire stream. Sabaton is something I'm willing to listen to even after I get a headache after. Yeah. Also, Powerwolf. Powerwolf I know of, I don't listen to. Powerwolf is the one where it's no, is Powerwolf like Christian metal? Because there's a couple Christian metal bands that go really hard, and like all of the lyrics are about like their faith. However, like just the actual music itself is so good that I don't care. Which, like, 1,000 Foot Crutch, I did not know was like a Christian rock band, and I rocked this in uni. I rocked 1,000 Foot Crutch in uni, and I only learned years after on a throwaway joke from like a commercial that was making fun of homophobes. It was just like it was talking about ideas of just like man, my child just listening to like 1,000 Foot Crutch, absolute degenerate behavior, and then the other person's like, you think Christian rock is degenerate behavior? And I was pointing out how like judgments and bigotry is kind of ridiculous when you like take a step back and reframe it. You haven't hydrated? Let me show you how. Head splits into multiple heads the next. I do not play Warhammer, but playing Black Templars versus Space Wolves while I listen to Powerwolf is a dream of mine. Christian metal? Yeah. Christian metal power... Christian werewolf power metal might not be the most true to faith, but I'm not sure. Because... What are some songs from Powerwolf? Powerwolf songs. Because like I know the band. Like, so Powerwolf. They're power metal, they're heavy metal. They're German, of course they're German. Oh my gosh, Wademan's Hail by Rammstein. Like Rammstein is another one where just like I can't name any of their songs. I've listened to quite a few of them. Because generally what I'll do is I'll generally have like one song that I like and I want to listen to, and then I'll either let autoplay or I'll let the rest of the album play as I'm doing something like editing. Because I wasn't into music for the longest time. Oh my gosh. Want to know a band that I used to listen to this in like when I was younger. And this is the first album. I'm gonna say this. I want to see if anyone can guess the band. The album was Inhuman Rampage. I remember going to school on the bus with, I think it was my iPod, with wired headphones in, listening to Inhuman Rampage. I hadn't been into music before then. Dragon Force, you got it. And this is the same album that has Through the Fires and the Flame. Again, Guitar Hero 3. This was the first album that I ever seriously was like, I want to buy this. I didn't end up buying it because I was young. But I rocked Dragon Force most of, I think, like late middle school or early high school or sometime around that range. And I had a moment where I just kind of like, I just fell out of love with them because my brother's boyfriend at the time, now husband, he was playing Guitar Hero 3. Like we were all playing Guitar Hero, and he mentioned offhandedly that they're so like overrated, and like he gave some like minor criticism of them, and I don't know why. That just completely like, you know how it's said that in relationships you have like the honeymoon phase and then something will happen that like breaks it. That's what happened for me with Dragon Force, and I just have not listened to Dragon Force since. It has been years. It has been many, many years, and I have not sat down and listened to Dragon Force since. Apparently is it the drummer or the guitarist is a Twitch streamer. Like one of the members of Dragon Force is like actively a Twitch streamer and like does music reactions and does like live playing and like plays on his instrument on stream and like has a dedicated following. And so I've seen like his reaction content before where he'll like react to someone who is performing Through the Fires and the Flames, like blindfolded kind of deal. Du Hast? Yeah. I remember liking Du Hast. I think of Wademan's Tale because Guitar Hero 3. Du Hast I remember enjoying. I think Evanescence is also a Christian. Evanescence! Wake me up? Wake me up inside? Can't wake up? Save me? Yeah, that sounds Christian rock now that I'm saying it out loud. Through the Fires and the Flames still rocks. Listen, I don't think Dragon Force is a bad band. I'm just saying that my personal experience with them is I was like in love, and then I just completely fell out of it. And I think that if I listened to them again, I'd be fine. I think if I listened to them again, I would rock it. And I listened to like multiple of their albums. Like I was like listening to multiple of their albums in my like daily commute to school, like on the bus. Although I have certain bands. This is how you. This is Arrow lore. Does anyone know the emo trinity / quartet? Does anyone know these? So, Panic at the Disco, My Chemical Romance, Fall Out Boy, and then that's like the emo trinity. The quartet is adding in 21 Pilots. And basically like the emo trinity is Panic at the Disco, MCR, and Fall Out Boy because all of them were very popular in the 2000s, and then all of them kind of had a resurgence in the 2010s. And it's based on the Holy Trinity because it's the idea of Fall Out Boy died and came back, so they're like the sun. Panic at the Disco is basically just Brendan Urie. So he is like the father because he is perpetual even if the rest of the band falls away. And MCR will always be with us because I think they went on like hiatus or something. So like they had a huge cultural impact and then they like went away. So there's the emo trinity, and then 21 Pilots kind of got grafted on as the emo quartet, like the fourth member. In the most difficult time in my life, mentally speaking, also socially speaking, also physically speaking, there was things going on in my life at this time. I was listening to the emo quartet, and I have a great fondness for this music. I cannot listen to it now. Like I'm just at the point where just like I am so divorced from where I was at that point in my life. I love this music. I love Panic at the Disco. I bully for you if you rock these. Like I still think about like, oh man, I get like recommended a Fall Out Boy song and then I'm like, oh, I should like click on that and I should listen to it. I'm like, no, I cannot mentally deal with that because that will like transport me back. And the worst my mental state was in the past like couple years, I listened to like some Fall Out Boy songs. It was one of the most cathartic feelings, is to just be in a terrible mental state, listen to music that brings you back to when you were in a worse spot. And like, it was not healthy. It was not something I probably should have done, but it was like, it was such a just like peaceful experience. And like, I do not recommend this. I say that you should not do this. However, I did it, and it was not fun. No, it wasn't a how far I've come. It was definitely I'm just gonna leave it at that. It's not a how far I've come. That's all I'll say. I like it when something transports me back, keeps the anger alive in a healthy way. My cousin had them play at his wedding. Nice. All right. I forgot. We're talking about La Sombra. I mean, they are kind of emo. Like this whole game is goth. So, their bane is if they are reflected in a surface, their reflection doesn't show up. It's kind of weird, distorted. They also don't show up in technology, and they can't use technology. They can't use a phone. They can't use a computer. Their physiology bricks electronics, effectively. I accept the slumber being emo. Oh, right, the topic. Listen, I wanted... Aw, beans. Aw, criminy. Aw. Gosh darn it. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, so I wanted this to be like, hey, I'm really on topic for like 2 hours and just like crank out a vampire character and then I go for it. Because with the Lancer character, I had to sort through 5 hours of footage to find like 3 hours of Lancer content. And then I only ended up using like an hour and a half of it because I only went to LL2. I could have kept going and I could have made it like a 45-minute video, but I opted to instead make it like a 30-minute video where we only went to LL2. I might release a second video. I might make a second video where I show off up to LL8 that we went, but do they need to be invited inside? No, but that is a flaw any vampire can take. Any vampire can take the flaw, you cannot enter a place unless you're invited. I took that in my vampire character that I made, where I'm a Zemitzi, which we will get to, and politeness is very important to the Zemitzi. Yeah, La Sombra usually keep aids. If you're taking Wraith into account, La Sombra are also touching the end of everything. We don't need to get into that for making a vampire. But like, yes, they use Oblivion. They use the big bad evil of Wraith as their power. We're not going to get into that. There are many harmful stereotypes. Can we come in? What? It broke. Oh. Okay, sorry. So, The Ravnos. These are wanderers. They are the rogues, ravens, daredevils, the haunted. Originally, they were based off of the Romani people. They have since not been based on them anymore, for good reason. They have animalism, which is like talking to and controlling animals, turning into animals. Obfuscate, which they actually don't use for invisibility. They more so use for illusions. They use it as a means of creating illusions that other people see instead of hiding themselves. And presence, which is emotional manipulation. Their bane is that they're doomed, which is if they sleep in the same spot multiple nights in a row, they will get burned as if they were in the sun. They have to wander. They are forced to wander. They have to walk around. No, I don't want to rewind time. I want to click this. That's what I clicked before, which was a mistake. So the Ravnos are wanderers, which is the opposite of the Tzimisce. The Tzimisce are the dragons, the old clan, the Voivodes, the Stokers. They are Dracula. Dracula, canonically, was a Tzimisce. They are East European, old-school vampires. They have animalism, control over animals, dominate, mental domination, protean, they can change their physical form. Their bane, they must sleep surrounded by that which they hold dominion over. Classically, this is the land. They have to sleep surrounded by soil from where they are from. However, this can be anything. In my character who was a Tzimisce, they had people, their ghouls, their servants, they needed to sleep physically above their servants, because my character was obsessed with this idea of perfection, this idea of being better than you, this idea of superiority, and therefore, so long as my character slept physically above, and not like on top of, like in a hanky-panky way, like in the room beneath me, I have to be above you. If I go to a hotel, I have to rent out the highest, most penthouse suite, or else I will not be able to rest. And then they used to have vicissitude, which is a special form of protean unique to the Tzimisce, which was all about flesh crafting. It is, I can change my own body, I can change your body, I can sculpt you into having like bone spurs, I can make your cartilage into knives, I can make your fat into body armor, I can change you however I want, and the Tzimisce go crazy with it. The Tzimisce think that humanity is a shackle that must be thrown off. They believe that the more alien, the more like non-human you look, the more of a vampire you are, and they think that if you hold any sympathy towards humans, you are weak. They are called the Fiends, and they are torturers. They will Drukhari you. They will Dark Eldar from 40k you. Just because they can. Not even to stave off Slaanesh. Literally just because, hey, why not? They wanted to practice a new torture technique that took 50 years. Right? So like, the Tzimisce will just, like, be cruel for the sake of being cruel. Yes, a Tzimisce sleeping with their pile of Miku figures. Path of Metamorphosis moment. Vlad Tepes, yes. I get top bunk, this is non-negotiable, yes. Symbolically and literally above your lessers, you get it. I'm getting pulled away by the topic by it being V5. I immeasurably prefer older editions. From what I've heard, I've only ever played V5 outside of Bloodlines. I prefer the fantasy of older editions and the lore and the vibes of older editions. V5, from what I've heard, way more streamlined, way more reasonable to play, way more accessible for new players. And like, it's often joked the Tzimisce are the trans faction because they can alter the very traits of gender. Duskborn, the Thinbloods, they actually also have just like a gender reassignment like ritual where it is if you're AMAB, you have to chop off your bits and put it in a potion and drink it, and you go to bed and you wake up as AFAB. And if you're AFAB, you have to chop off your chest bits, put them in a potion, drink it, and you go to bed and you wake up in a male body. So like, Tzimisce is just having a little bit less chopping and a little bit more fine sculpting. R&D's crazy work. So are the Tzimisce trying to trans their humanity? That's so very, very little raw of them. They are very much trying to trans their humanity. And the Tzimisce, I really like the Tzimisce. I, as a person, not cruel enough to be a Tzimisce. I do not think I have enough hatred in my body to be a Tzimisce, genuinely speaking. Like it's cool to be like, haha, yeah, I'm so evil. But like, they are they are a bridge too far for me. That being said, Tzimisce have very interesting ideas, and there is something that I really wanted to tap into. Is called like the Old Clan. Like there's a type of Tzimisce called like old Tzimisce, where they don't vicissitude themselves, but then some do. But like there's this like culture of like you don't vicissitude yourself. And there's a different faction of Tzimisce where they try to vicissitude themselves into being like a giant slug with 12 sets of eyes and 4 sets of limbs. Whereas like that slug creature will play host to a literal, actual human gargoyle made out of sinew and flaps of skin for wings that has a horse head. And both of them are Tzimisce. Both of them used to be human and are now inhuman monsters. And there's this thing called Tzimisce, like the laws of hospitality, where if a Tzimisce approaches another Tzimisce's domain, they are to be offered 3 nights and 3 days of complete and utter truce. If I, as my weird gargoyle horse-headed self, go up to B, and B is this weird slug, 12-eyed, many-limbed creature, and I show up to your house and I announce myself and I go through the proper procedures, you are expected to give me 3 nights, including the night I showed up, and 3 days, which is basically vampire versions of nights because we'll be sleeping, where you don't kill me, you allow me to eat your food, you allow me to stay here, and I in turn will not eat what you tell me not to eat. I will not try to stab you. I will not go where you tell me do not go. I will respect your hospitality and you will respect my autonomy for 3 nights and 3 days, because I don't know if you know this. If I am a gargoyle with skin flap wings and a horse head, not many people and not many vampires are gonna be nice to me. So even though I'm scheming, I probably want your land, I probably want to kill you, it's just kind of pragmatic. If I as a Tzimisce can trust that you as a Tzimisce, we're not going to kill each other, and I know I have, if only for 3 nights and 3 days, an ally, and then probably by those 3 nights and 3 days, I will give you whatever information I picked up by traveling, and then I will carry on. But I just love that as a culture where it's just like, we are evil, we are fiends, but we are also like very polite. We are extremely cultured and organized in that regard. Which blood thing? What about the blood thing? What's the rules on thirst in that scenario? Sounds like the ancient Greek laws of hospitality. A little bit. So the ancient Greek laws of hospitality, I think it's Xenia, is if you show up to my palace, I am expected to give you a place to stay. I will give you food. I will give you like entertainment and a bath and whatever you ask for. And in exchange, you give me information. You tell me what has been going on in travels, because particularly in the Greek polis era, I'm ruling from my polis and I don't know what's happening in Thebes if I'm in Corinth. So if you're like, hey, I just came from Thebes, I'm going to be like, hey, let's throw a feast. Let's get you bread and wine and olives and garlic. And you're going to tell me what's happening in Thebes, and not just what's happening right now, what has been happening for the last 10 years, right? Oh, did you know that Androgynous died? Oh, that's a shame. I always liked Androgynous. And so it's kind of similar to that, exactly. You can be a Tzimisce aligned with other clans. So remember, clan is not the same as sect. Your sect is if you're a Camarilla. Your sect is if you're Sabbat. Your clan is if you're a Ventru. Your clan is if you're a Tzimisce. A Tzimisce can be Sabbat, or Camarilla, or Anarch, or Anti-Tribu is when you're not aligned with the expected clan. What's the one where you're just completely by yourself? There's a term for that I can't remember. So Tzimisce are, alongside the La Sombra, one of the founding clans of the Sabbat. The Tzimisce and the La Sombra are the founders of the Sabbat. And much like how the La Sombra have gone off to join the Camarilla, and they're kind of like in a civil war over that, the Tzimisce also are in a bit of a civil war about the Anarchs. A lot of Tzimisce middle finger the Sabbat and go off to be an Anarch and just do their own thing. How well do the Tzimisce play with the less horrific Vamps? So, depends. In the Sabbat, they love the horrifying Vamps because we're better than humanity. Humanity deserved to be cold. We're gonna literally throw like a giant blood orgy where the whole goal is that we're gonna get like 100 humans. We're gonna dominate all of them so they don't know what's going on. We're gonna put them in the center of a room, and then we're gonna undominate them so we can hear them scream as we tear them limb from limb and drink from them. Right? That's what the Sabbat does. That's literally like a thing the Sabbat does just for kicks. And so if you have this four-headed dog creature that has arms that extend out into tentacle-limbed fingers, and that's just like, oh yeah, that's Gray the Tzimisce, crazy guy Gray, or like crazy them Gray. The Sabbat's just like, cool, you can kill more humans. Like, you get 4 mouths, you get 4 humans. Awesome. The Camarilla is like, oh, so you're just like an actual demon. Like, I know I'm undead, but like, you're a demon, so I'm gonna kill you. So if you're a Tzimisce, and maybe you just make yourself hot, maybe you just like change your gender, maybe you just make yourself more muscular, stuff that wouldn't breach the Masquerade. If you're a Tzimisce that is the sort who just like, I'm normal. I'm just a normal looking person. I just happen to be way more hot. I just happen to be way more strong. I happen to be way more tough or more dexterous. I just happen to be on the higher end of whatever humanity has as a scale. The Camarilla is going to be like, I don't trust you. But it's not going to be kill on sight unless they're Sabbat, right? So what makes Tzimisce evil again? They just kind of enjoy that. The reason the Sabbat is so evil is because the Tzimisce were like, hey, we're better than humans, right? What if I just like take a person and I open up their chest cavity and I use my flesh crafting to like peel out their ribs so their chest is held open, and I grab all of their arteries and I take them out like hoses, and so you can drink from them like they're hookah. And also, they're still alive, and they still are my servant. And that's just kind of like a pretty tame thing Tzimisce do. Like Tzimisce is the far extreme of, can they do flesh crafting in the new edition? Yes, it is a amalgam under Protean. So theoretically, anyone could learn flesh crafting. It's just hard for anyone that isn't a Tzimisce. The leather couch is still alive. That's why I said they just Drukhari you. Like your average Tzimisce will just be like, hey, I want an animated candle holder. So I'm going to take a person, I'm going to take literally all of the body fat in their entire body, I'm going to put it into one of their hands, and I'm going to put a wick in it. And so now they have a fire in their hand. And now I just have like this emaciated walking corpse that follows me around. And like their right arm is like twice the size of the rest of their body because that's where all of their body fat is, as their hand is a living candle. Because I wanted more light when it gets dark. Is it like a biological urge thing, or can you opt out of that? It's mostly a culture. As a Tzimisce, you are not forced into this by any means. However, as a Tzimisce, oh, that warlord over there, he like raided and pillaged and like chopped off the left hand of every single person he came across. I think he'd make a great Tzimisce. Let me go embrace him. And then suddenly it's like, well, he doesn't have to do that, but he got told he could, so he decided to. Like, that's the kind of thing where it's not even, it's a little nature versus nurture. Like, if you're a Brujah, if you're a Brujah, you might naturally be very timid, but as the Brujah blood within you, you will kind of be forced to become more aggressive. Like, the bane of the Brujah kind of forces your hand to be more aggressive and assertive. Whereas with the Tzimisce, their bane is just like they have to sleep with their Hatsune Miku figures. They don't have anything forcing them to be cruel. But when you give someone unlimited power, tell them they are superior to humans, and oftentimes choose from someone known for their power and cruelty, because the Tzimisce almost always choose from the powerful. Like, where the Ventrue kind of shifted over to money, the Tzimisce generally stuck with land, where, funny enough, one of the archetypes of the Tzimisce is a landlord. And it literally describes in the book that landlords are like blood-sucking parasites that contribute nothing to society, and they are effectively the modern lords of the land. Therefore, it's perfect for the modern-day Tzimisce to become a fledgling. Me gonna trans my enemies at a flex because I despise them with my very soul. So in my game, so I'm playing like a Sabbat-aligned Tzimisce who is acting as an ambassador to the Camarilla. My character, despite being a Sabbat-aligned Tzimisce, is very Camarilla-coded, is a former politician, is someone who basically like could have been a Ventrue, realistically. And like is very like Camarilla coded, acts as if he's part of the Camarilla, and therefore has like a weird special position in the court as an ambassador to the Sabbat. Because currently, like the Sabbat and the Camarilla are trying to maintain a peace for whatever reason. My character, I went to one of those giant like blood orgies because I'm expected to show up to like the various events that the Sabbat shows on. And as like they're like eating all of the people, two Sabbat Kindred got into a fight. One of them was a Tzimisce, and my storyteller described how they walk up and they grab their opponent by the elbows and then by the knees, and then the opponent had no joints, and so they had to like, they were like a marshmallow that had like toothpicks sticking out of it, where they had to waddle away and find another Tzimisce to give them back their joints. So like that's the kind of thing Tzimisce can do. Like, yeah, you can trans someone's gender, you can also remove their joint privileges. They became Roblox. They became a Minecraft character. The clans target those who theoretically thrive. Yeah. So it's generally like, if I'm poor and I'm generous and I'm kind and I'm submissive and I'm embraced by the Ventrue, I'm still all of these things. However, the Ventrue blood in me and the culture I get brought into and the expectations placed on me and how I survive as a kindred will probably make me, I gotta get rich quick. I have to become way more stringent. I'm gonna be way more ruthless. I'm going to start dominating people instead of being dominated. Like that's the sort of thing that like Ventrue blood doesn't change your personality. It's more so the culture surrounding it will. I'm still not entirely sure why Arrow's like, I don't know. I'm still not sure why Arrow's like, I don't know, I don't like the thing if it's entirely optional. At that point, it just perks to me. So if you're talking about like why I'm saying like, oh, I don't think I could be a Zamitsi, I didn't say I would be a bad Zamitsi. I said, I don't know, like I am not cruel enough to be a Zamitsi. Because in all likelihood, the Zamitsi, like this would not be like, oh, you're dating someone really mysterious and hot, and then like they, in a moment of passion, embrace you and then like turn you into Zamitsi, and then they're like, don't worry, I'll teach you our ways, and then you become a Zamitsi and like with your vampire lover. No, that's a Toreador thing. With the Zamitsi, they are going to gaslight you, get you entirely dependent upon them, physically change you without your consent, and then if you've proven yourself useful to them and they like you and they think you'd be a good fit, they'll like flip a coin that's made of someone's like distended vertebrae. And if it lands on heads, they won't kill you, but they still won't embrace you. And then you'll have to do that like 5 more times, and then they might finally embrace you after you've become so twisted and unrecognizable at the hands of their torture that you're not going to be the same person. They can like you just as an artist. They're also very artistic. If I was a Zamitsi, I'd probably just sell my services to mortals as a doctor. Oh yeah, so my roommate was running for some of their college roommates a while ago, and one of them was a Zamitsi who was a gender affirming care surgeon, or just I think a surgeon, but they specialized in gender affirming care. And so they were like, yeah, I just use my flesh crafting as a part of surgery. You can never get an X-ray ever again, but don't worry about it. Like, I can give you cheap surgery. Just never get an X-ray ever again. They will wonder why your spleen is not in the correct spot. Don't worry about it. You're going to be fine. I personally, as a player, feel that's a waste, because in Vampire, you're playing the bad guys. Like, obviously, yes, you can play like a tragic character. I feel like if you're playing the Zamitsi in particular, you're playing a bad guy. You're playing someone that is not a good person. You might think you're a good person, you might pretend to be a good person, but fundamentally, as a vampire, you will not survive if you are genuinely a good person. And therefore, I think it's more interesting if you play someone who has deluded yourself into thinking you're a good person. Like my character, as a Zamitsi, has this weird thing of perfection and refuses to feed on anyone that they don't see as like the platonic ideal of what they are. So my character would not feed off of a teacher unless they are the most teachery teacher that has ever taught. So my character would not feed off a teacher who doesn't care about their students. They would only feed off a teacher if that teacher is super engaged in lesson plans and like really involved in the education of their students and is really like just passionate about learning and academia and teaching. Same thing with like a chef. Someone who just is a cook wouldn't cut it. Someone who lives and breathes a culinary lifestyle and thinks that like spice is the spice of life and wants to make new dishes and go to restaurants and just like lives life in the culinary world, that is who they would feed from. And so, and you say and consequently ruin them, my character does exactly that. My character takes people and manipulates them via gaslighting, mostly, incentive structures. All of my servants and employees, like my character would just like completely sculpt in how they wanted, and particularly to get resonances, which based on your personality and based on what emotions you're feeling, your blood will take on a resonance based on the 4 humors and based on the 4 elements. And so my character has like a security officer, like a chief of security, and purposely pushes him to be caloric, because my character thinks your most security officer is really aggressive, abrasive, impatient, will punch first and ask questions later. So my character constantly eggs them on, pushes them to be more aggressive, will do stuff, set stuff up, like on a rotation of guards. My character, as like the master of the house, offered some beer to random security guards, knowing that my chief of security would get upset at them for drinking on the job. And it's just little stuff like that like, I think that is more interesting as a character, because that is someone who, I mean, like, that's not evil, but it's certainly not a good person. So it's not necessarily society's platonic idea. It's it's my character's idea of what's platonic ideal. So, if you are a soccer player, for instance, maybe like as a soccer player, being a really good team player is really important in soccer. Being very knowledgeable about the academia of the game is really important. But my character might conceptualize your soccer player or your football player as a striker who is in fantastic physical shape and is a huge jerk about it. So even if you had like Pele or some other famous soccer player who is known for not just being a striker but also like being a team player, my character might not feed off of them, even though everyone else would be like, yeah, of course, they're the archetypal soccer player. And so suddenly it's like, no, my idea. And that's where the Zamiti comes in. That's where the no, I'm right. It's my conception of what the platonic ideal is. Zamiti grooming hitting different. Yeah, and like it felt awful to play. I'm gonna just straight up, it felt like I was being a bad person. Anti-hero anarchs would be a fun adventure. Free gender reaffirming surgery, blood bond optional only on the surgeon's part. Vampires that aren't evil are piles of ash. I mean, vampires that aren't evil, they're the Salubri. The Salubri, watch that transition. They're the Cyclops, the Soul Thieves, the Dajjals, the Solace progeny. They are from the antediluvian Saulot. They get Auspex, seeing the future, extra awareness, dominate. They can control the minds of others, fortitude, resilience. Their bond is they have a third eye, like literally a third eye on their forehead, that when they use a power, it bleeds. And their blood is incredibly intoxicating to other kindred. So if you are a Salubri and you use a power that's like a weak power, it'll just have a little trickle of blood. Whereas if you use a really powerful power, you will like blind yourself, your normal two eyes, from your third eye, like seeping out blood. And everyone around you will need to roll to resist going crazy and trying to eat you. And Salubri are the sad boys. They don't really have a dedicated clan structure. They are like scattered to the wind. I don't remember this. I think there might be like a triple digit number of Salubri on the planet, which is like crazy. And so they have no organization. They really just kind of like embrace those who they think are really good people. They embrace people who they want to like walk the path of enlightenment. They're sad boys. They're the like, oh, I want to play a good guy in Vampire, which I think is personally misguided. Yeah, they're basically angel vampires, which like, again, I'm not going to knock your fun if you find that fun. I just personally feel like that's kind of missing the point of the game. I think that the point of the game is to play a bad person and to watch it blow up in their face. But that's also just me, right? The Ministry used to be called the Setites. They're the clan of the faith. Setites, followers of Set. The clan of lies, Typhonists, serpents, liberators, Judasians. They have Protean. They change their own form. Obfuscate. They can go invisible. Presence, emotional manipulation. They are corruptors. They are like your classic vampire enters a society and makes everything worse. They want to bring others to sin. They want to bring others to ecstasy and degeneracy and indulgence. And their bane is that when they're exposed to direct illumination, be it naturally caused or artificial, they receive a penalty while in the light, and then they also take way more damage from sunlight. The Ministry used to be called the Setites, and everyone hated them, as every clan is. And the Ministry is kind of them rebranding. The Ministry is them saying, no, we're different now. We're not the same. We're fine. And they have ended up going to the Anarchs now. their entry into the Camarilla was rejected, leaving most to side with the Anarchs. Basically, they and the Banu Hakim at the same time approached the Camarilla like, hey, can we join? The Camarilla said, yes, Banu Hakim, no ministry. So the ministry said, okay, middle fingers, we're going to join the Anarchs. So now the Anarchs, by and large, Bruja, Gangrel, Caitiff, Ministry, some Zemitzi, and Thinbloods. The Camarilla, Banu Hakim, I think Hakata are mostly independent. So Banu Hakim, some La Sombra, Malkavian, Nosferatu, Toreador, Tremere, Ventru, Sabat, some La Sombra, some Zemitzi, a little bit of everyone. They welcome everyone regardless of clan. And then the Ravnos, the Salubri, and the Hakata are all basically independent. They don't really have any tie to any one individual clan or sect. Shadow, it's me, the devil. I'm here to tell you sins. Vampires have their root in Egypt, in World of Darkness, and Set is the bad guy of that. So, vampires have their origin more so in like the Middle East, because that's where the first city presumably was. And then the Setites come from Egypt, and that's also where mummies are. So the original mummies, like Set had, I think Set was a mage, and he tried learning the spell of resurrection that the mummies get, but it made him a vampire instead. So he made the Setites as a corrupting force. Like it's weird. It's complicated. It's all of that. Hekata are a sect. I mean, Hekata aren't a sect. They are just kind of a clan that is made up of many different bloodlines. So they are effectively their own sect. The thing with the Hekata is that there is a theory. There's a theory that I think it was like in 1820 or in 1620 or like 1628 or something. There was a deal made with the Giovanni, the main clan behind the Hekata, before the Hekata took over. The Camarilla said, okay, you can be independent for 400 years. And then they said, Pog. And then now we are approaching 400 years later, and there's kind of like, oh, well, they're no longer a bloodline. They're now they're kind of like their own thing. Is this still how this is going to go? And so like no one's really sure if that's true or not, if the Camarilla still remembers, which they definitely have vampires that were alive 400 years ago, or dead 400 years ago. But the Hekata is kind of like in a Hong Kong situation where like it was a deal made before they changed their allegiance. So it's unclear how that's going to work out. If the game continues to progress over the next like 20, 30 years, I imagine the Hekata are probably going to join the Anarchs in opposition to the Camarilla. Do the vampires have dementia? Probably not. I mean, the Malkavians certainly do, but World of Darkness has the same thing going on that 40k lore has. Nothing's true, everything is true. That's to say, lore's whatever you want your GM to be. Yeah. I return from the bringing of obscurity. How goes character generation? Yeah, so let's look at our character sheet. We really didn't do anything, did we? We talked about metal bands. That works. Okay, so we have all of the important information. Let me grab my book again. I return. The Camarilla is the one that maintained the whole Masquerade thing. Yeah. So all of them maintain the Masquerade. The Camarilla is the one that like beats the war drum and it's like, hey, Masquerade, Masquerade, Masquerade. The Sabat are like, Masquerade. I mean, it's more convenient for us to have the Masquerade, but we don't care about the Masquerade. The Anarchs pretty solidly are like, listen, I just want to live my own life. Masquerade makes it easier. Like the Masquerade makes it much more convenient to live my own life. ADHD yapping in an arrow stream? Well, yes, and... Okay, which clan? Which clan are we feeling? My first thought was a Malkavian. I think a Ventru would be a very stereotypical character to make, which we want to kind of go stereotype. We don't want to make something weird and wacky per se. Name can wait. Or John Vampire. The concept is just kind of like a summary of what the character is. The predator type is how they feed. The clan is the clan. Generation, I'm going to make it 13th because this is a fledgling. The ambition is what is a long-form goal your character has. I want to become the Prince of New York City. I want to find the man who killed my father. I want to get a whole harem of lesbian puppy girls. Like, that's the kind of thing that you can do, long-form desire. And your desire is session by session. The Chronicle is just the name of the game you're in, so this can be just not available. And your sire is who is your vamp daddy. John Masquerade. I like John Masquerade. $1,000 is easy. You say that. In 40K, we have unreliable narrators. In World of Darkness, you could have two mages in the same room. Zamitzi, please. Your Nosferatu idea, a character named Wretched Noise. Oh my gosh. Y'all are so much funnier than I am. Oh, I don't know if you saw, I don't know if anyone follows me on Twitter or Blue Sky. You should. But, someone in the evolution video made a comment where they like called my laugh fake. They're like, "Oh, can it with the fake laugh?" And as kind as people are about my voice, as kind as people are about my laugh, few things are as complimentary as having someone accuse me of faking it. Because like, I'm sure all of you have a story about like some content creator faking their voice. Whether it's like Pirate Software and how low his voice is, or like most VTubers with how high their voice are. Like Iron Mouse often gets accused of faking her voice because it's so like naturally high pitched due to her illness. Like being accused of faking my laugh is such a high compliment, because what that means is you think it is unique enough, or like a lot of people call it cute, or cute enough, that I would go out of my way to affect it. I am putting on a voice. I'm putting on a laugh to get more attention or views or whatever. Like, bro, that's just how I laugh, apparently. I didn't know that. I started squeaking in the past couple years. And I think it's because I've brought my voice up to a higher register. So, like, the fact that someone thinks my voice is unique or cute or interesting or that my laugh is special enough that I would fake it is such a high compliment to me. And I understand they didn't mean it as a compliment, but I am also delusional. So like, I'm the one winning here. The character creation is going strong. See, listen, we just started talking about what character it's going to be, okay? Lesbian puppy girls, Vampire the Girlfriend. Man, a Chronicles of Narnia must have been a heck of a weird vampire game. You say Malk? Chronicles of Narnia is Changeling? Yeah, it's probably Changeling. Malkavian for Arrows Delusion. I could go Malkavian. Okay. So, clan and sire. Pick your clan, write your character's sire. Who's our vamp daddy? John Daddy. So Dracula was a Zamitzi. I think the two contenders we have right now are Malkavian and Zamitzi, which I've made a Zamitzi before. I want to make a Malkavian. Like the character that I have in mind, I might be playing a vampire game with my siblings in the coming weeks. Like, well, we might start a bi-weekly game. I think I'll make a Malkavian for that. I am delusional, so I'm the one who is winning here. Incredible quote. Listen, clip it and ship it. Like, I will say this because I've mentioned this before. I don't know if I have to say this, or I don't know if people know this. I'm fine with clippers. just let me know. Like on the Discord, via Blue Sky, Twitter, whatever. Like if you want to post clips of me, by all means. It's just like don't portray me like as a bigot or whatever. Like which would be kind of hard to do, but also like is possible. I'll probably shout you out. But like if you clip my stuff, I will probably give you a shout out, and I will probably try to direct folks to your channel, because I think that clipping tends to lead to a healthy ecosystem, so long as it's clipping in good faith. There are certainly people who are trying to like cash in on others, but that's just something where I don't know if I've made that clear, where I am pro community doing its own stuff. Your sire Hugh, man. My Malk was 12th gen. I can toss his name for it. Malk is fine. You're on Team Malk. Okay, so I think we do Team Malk. So our sire, John Masquerade Sr. Attributes. So these are our stats. These are our skills. We have 1 attribute at 4, 3 attributes at 3, 4 attributes at 2, and 1 attribute at 1. We have strength, dexterity, stamina, charisma, manipulation, composure, intelligence, wits, resolve. All of these are fairly self-explanatory. The big one is stamina. Your health is equal to 1 plus or 3 plus your stamina, and your willpower is your composure plus your resolve. Your resolve is how good you are like sticking to your ideals. Your composure is how good you are maintaining your composure. How good are you at resisting mental effects, or that might also be a resolve. Charisma is how like sociable you are. Manipulation, how well you can manipulate others. Intelligence, how smart. Wits, how clever. Strength, dexterity, stamina. What do we want for this character? What do we want the vibes for this character? Because we get 1 4, we get 3 3s, 4 2s, and a single 1. What I like to do my 4, my 1 first, and then I like to do my 3s. So I think that if we're doing a Malkavian, do we want to be someone that is just like how do we want to do this? A bottom in? We could do stupid. We or actually not, probably not stupid. It could be like decoupled from reality. You have such an understanding of the world that functionally you are stupid. However, it's actually because you're that smart. Manipulation, mad scientist vibe. Super tough, no resolve. You have so much potential but can never see things through. Rock bottom in. Okay. Brain does not comprehend things. So what we could do 4 stamina. We could play a Malkavian and build them like a tank. No wits, full resolve. So if we do 3... So if we do 1 intelligence, 4 stamina, we get 3 stats at 3, and then everything else is 2. Max manipulate. Back alley boxer got turned by someone who wanted them to be their fighter and not their original manager. So we could do like strength, resolve. I mean, we could do this. So what do these stats mean? This is a D10 system. It's a pool-based system. Anytime I need to make a dexterity roll, I have 3 dots. I roll 3 dice. 3 D10s, and every 6 plus is a success. Too stupid to realize that should have hurt. That's what I'm thinking. Dumb as bricks, wildly convincing. So, I mean, we could go drop dexterity, bring up charisma. They're not manipulative. They're just really charismatic. So, are we making a himbo? Are we making a himbo? Skills. Okay. This is where we get kind of crazy. And mechanics, I think I'm going to dip see later. Well, enjoy. Listen, you've clearly not been around for one of these other character creation stuff. We are not going to be on mechanics for long. Toxic. We could do toxic himbo. Now character skill attribution. We have to choose, do we want to be a jack of all trades? Do we want to be balanced, or do we want to be a specialist? If we're a jack of all trades, we're going to get a lot of 1s. So like 1, 1, 1, 1, like 2, 1, 1. We're going to get a ton of those. However, we're not going to get any high level skills. Our max is going to be 3. If we want to be balanced, we get a decent amount of 3s, a larger amount of 2s, an even larger amount of 1s. If we want to be a specialist, we get a 4, a good amount of 3s, and only a couple of 2s and only a couple of 1s. So basically, do we want to be good at a lot? Do we want to be okay at a lot of things? Do we want to be really good at only a couple things? Or do we want to get fairly balanced? May I raise you 4 larceny? I mean, like, if we want to be a boxer, we got to have like a 3 brawl at least, right? I have not, yeah, but the new character creation system is driving me very uncomfortably. That's fair. I recommend filling these in the way that it tells a story. Okay, so I'll start with balanced. Balanced is the middle of the road. So we get 3 3s, 5 2s, 7 1s. I think 3 3s, we get brawl. I think we get performance. And someone said larceny. We could do streetwise. So, and if you have any questions about what these mean, ask me. Generally, animal ken, dealing with animals. Intimidation, intimidating people. Occult information. Larceny, breaking into places, like pickpocketing people. Stealth. Melee weapons. Brawl, unarmed fighting. Athletics, like that's the kind of stuff. Specialist may fit the himbo. So specialist would be 1 skill at 4, 3 at 3, 3 at 2, 3 at 1. So we could do 4 brawl, 3 athletics, 3 performance. We get 1 more 3. Specialist? Yeah, I got my special fist. Does that work for you? Stealth? Maybe awareness. Because, like, he's not intelligent, but he is, like, aware of what's going on around him. And then we have 3 2s, 3 1s. So I think that we get, like, stealth, streetwise, intimidation. And then, like, maybe he can drive. Maybe he knows how to patch himself up. Or that would be medicine. Ninja himbo? Do we want to be a ninja himbo? I think he's a little bit persuasive. I think he's fairly charismatic. So do we want to drop down awareness down to 2, stealth up to 3, and like so he's like, he's a ninja? He's a ninja himbo? What if instead of boxer, he's a pro wrestler and is Wait. Not a boxer. He's a pro wrestler himbo who was a face and thinks he is now his persona that went heel. So he thinks he is just in his heel arc, and being a vampire and drinking blood is just a weird arc he's going on. When in reality, he's actually literally a blood-sucking vampire. So I think that he's all about performance. He's all about brawling. He's all about physicality. He knows how to like patch himself up, and he knows. Should we do like insight? We have to drop awareness then. I mean, crazy idea. Instead of awareness, do we go insight? Because I'm thinking. I'm thinking in terms of like what. So what was his previous persona? He thinks he's committing to the. Yeah, he can't break kayfabe. That's what I'm thinking. He can't break kayfabe, and he thinks he's in his heel arc. Snap into a jugular, brother. I like the idea that he has a little bit of drive. So what was his face persona? If you don't know, as a wrestler, you're generally either a face or a heel. Faces, good guys. Heels, villains. And there's such a thing as a face heel turn, where a face turns into a heel. A face is the good guy. He falls from grace, becomes a bad guy. Zug, you say etiquette? Maybe he had to like make his own outfit, which is why craft for like costuming. No, because wait, okay, is he like WWE or is he like local circuit, right? Is he like small circuit, like minor league equivalent? I was thinking maybe leadership. I'm thinking like he was well liked behind the scenes, probably local. So I think he has to make his own stuff. He has to drive to a location by himself. He has to craft his own stuff, like his own gear. I don't think he can't be stealth then. There's no way he's stealth because he's not subtle. Local circuit, but he thinks he's big league. We have a 3 floating around. Do we go intimidation? And then we make leadership the 2? Because I'm assuming performance is... So wait. Do we do... I think performance is the 4. Is that crazy of me? Not brawl. I think... Actually, how good was he? How good was he at performance? What if he had like a 1 in performance? What if he's not very good at kayfabe? What if that's even better? Subterfuge though, those stunts need to be sold. That's why I'm thinking performance, right? Internally, this is really messed up, but the big leagues are crazy, bro. I think he was local who was in the wrong place, wrong time, and got turned. My man tried to wrestle an honest to God vampire. And he's wondering why the guy's not selling. Oh my gosh, low craft, but he still does. So okay. Let's delete some of these. So, okay, so as a specialist, he gets a single 4. We have that in Brawl. He has 3 3s. Athletics, you have to be very athletic. Intimidation, he's good at intimidating. And performance, he's performing. Do we want to drop the 3 in intimidation? We also get 3 2s, which we could do. What if he's not streetwise? What if we drop that down to a 2 and we drop streetwise? So we have a 3 remaining, and we have a 1 remaining. He keeps breaking character and letting his internal monologue slip and willingly gets back into... Okay. Give him 3 points in academic... No, we gave him a 1 intelligence. We gave him a 1 intelligence. Actually, I was going to say 1 in academics and like he went to like community college for something. I think he should be at least decently tough. I don't know if there's a stat in this. So he has a 4 in stamina. We put his maximum stat in stamina. So he has fantastic health. Internally, he's wildly anxious and he's putting on a confident scumbag character. Crazy idea. His face persona was like a good, upstanding, like John Cena kind of guy. What's his face? What's the guy that used to be part of the Shield that had a huge blowback? Roman Reigns. He's like a Roman Reigns, John Cena, just kind of like generic good guy who's like good fight good. But as a heel, he's like one of those like weird like C-list heels that's like the Minotaur or the Taxman or the Dentist. And so he has a small amount of information about like politics. Or he knows about like science because he had to do research for being a heel. Points in melee. I mean, if he does like the steel chair, I suppose. John Hidena instead of John Cena. In turn, points in melee. I mean, like we could do melee because that would be like, and he comes in with a steel chair, boom. But I think brawl is where it's at. So we have 1 more 3 and 1 more 1. Do we think like kayfabe is etiquette or performance? I think kayfabe is performance, but kayfabe might be etiquette. So we put like a 3 in etiquette because he's really bad at maintaining kayfabe. Dr. Destructo, the mad doctor, and he knows nothing about... Wait. what if we put the 3 in medicine? Because he is like literally like at the local circuit. He's the guy that knows how to. He went to community college as like pre-med or whatever, and then like knows like actual academic medicine. But he ended up joining like wrestling. In the local circuit, they don't have the money for a doctor, so he's the one that handles all of their wounds. And so he got really good at dealing with ad hoc solutions to wound care. And so now he's Dr. Destructo, the Mad Doctor, and he like is trying to quote unquote cure everyone else. It's both his performance on stage, but it's etiquette in personal life. So brawl is 4, athletics, performance, medicine is 3, craft, intimidation, leadership result 2, and drive, we have 2 more ones. Drive, does he drive ambulances? I don't think he drives an actual ambulance. I think he drives a van that has a big like red cross painted on the side, and then they're not high enough profile that they're being charged for war crimes, because you're not allowed to do that. And he like his entrance is he drives a van that's just painted with like a big red cross, and it's a white van, and he exits out the back, and there's like a stretcher in the back of it, and that's his entrance. Kayfabe is etiquette, and he's bad at it. We have 2 more ones. I think awareness. He has a 1. He can perceive stuff. He doesn't have insight. He can perceive stuff though. Someone said stealth or subterfuge. It's a hearse. It's a hearse painted like an ambulance. Could they afford a hearse though? I'm thinking a big white van is like weirder, and it's more like it's easier to get your hands on. I feel like you would have to pay a lot of money for a hearse. Do we go persuasion? Streetwise? I like streetwise. My other thing, I think I go down 1 for... I don't think he's very good at intimidation. I think that he's more about driving. 1 point etiquette. If he was the medic, would he get finance? Did he pay for... So finance is just your awareness of money. That is like you're an accountant. That is you're a CEO. That is like you know about money. And like banking and how to like work banks. I could drop awareness and give him a point of etiquette. I like this too. No, you're fine. He got the hearse from a scrapyard, and it's like, okay. He's got a clunker of a hearse that's painted to look like an ambulance that he drives into the side of it, and then pops out the back, and then that's his entrance. But like actually literally behind the scenes, he is like the medic. He is the one that like will actually patch up everyone. So he does know about medicine. So and he like went to community college for it. So now, do we have academics? No, we do not. Do we have craft? We do. Do we have performance? We do. Do we have science? We do not. And so we get a free specialty for craft. We get a free specialty for performance, and we get 1 more free specialty. A specialty is we write a specific subsection of whatever this is. So for instance, craft, where are specialties? I think it's just, we add it in notes. See the script? See the script on the object? Script? I don't know. So specialties. I think wrestling, clearly. Performance, wrestling. And I think for craft, it's costumes. Yeah, stage fighting, wrestling, whatever that is. Do we add another one to performance? No, so he's not good at kayfabe. Do we add one to medicine? For like ad hoc repairs kind of deal? Or do we add one for drive where it's a hearse? Because like specialties, these are specific ones that when they come up, you get plus 1D. So you get 1 extra die if you're performing and you're wrestling performing. If you're crafting and you're crafting a costume. First aid. I think first aid. So I think his name, actually, he goes by Dr. Destructo. I think that's what he identifies as. Okay, so disciplines. We get 2 clan disciplines. We get 2 dots in one and 1 dot in another. So, over here. As a Malkavian. We get Dominate, Obfuscate, and Auspex. So Auspex, we get Heightened Senses. This is like you can see further, you can hear better. It is basically you just add your Auspex rating to all perception rolls. Sense the Unseen, you can see supernatural phenomena. You can see ghosts. You can see vampires that are hiding with Obfuscate. In level 2, Panacea is something that we don't have access to because you need a point of fortitude, which is what the Salubri get. We don't have that. Premonition, you can see visions of the future. Reveal Temperament, you can smell the resonance of a nearby creature. Unerring Pursuit, you can track a victim, but you need Dominate for that, which we might be able to do. So that's all the Auspex ones. We have Dominate. We have Cloud Memory. Look someone directly in the eye, say forget, and they forget the past couple of minutes for free. However, if they are aware that you're doing this, like if they're a vampire, they can roll to resist. Compel, I look you in the eye, I give you a short phrase, you go and do that phrase. It has to be something that is like a single action. It's kind of like the command spell from D&D, but you can say a single command. It's not just a single word. Again, automatically just works on mundane humans. Slavish Devotion. When you dominate someone, it is harder for them to resist, but you need a fortitude for that. Level 2, Mesmerize, issue a complex command. Go here and do this thing is a complex command. Wait until, like, go outside this building and then call me once you see Kali leaving the building. That's Mesmerize. That's closer to Suggestion from D&D. Again, look them in the eye. They get to roll to resist if they know what's happening. Dementation. This is unique to Malkavians, but you require Obfuscate 2. This is you can drive others insane. Dominator's Favor is when you have someone under a blood bond, it's harder for them to resist. The Stolen Voice. They cannot speak, write, or do gestures once you do that to them. And then Obfuscate. Cloak of Shadows. As long as you stand completely still, you are invisible. Ensconce. You can have a single handheld object. Everyone ignores it. A gun, a key, a phone, whatever it might be. Everyone just ignores it. Silence of Death. You are just completely mute. Or like you make no noise. If you slam a window shut, it won't make a noise. If you fire a gun, that might be too loud and it might breach it. If you speak at a normal volume, no one can hear you. Mask of Ages. Appears an older or younger version of themselves, changes your appearance. Cache. Hide objects that are not held by the vampire. I assume it's the same as Ensconce. Chemistry, which we don't have present, so we can't do. This is illusions that the Ravnos get. Ghosts Passing. You need animalism, which we don't have. I assume that's like you ignore the tracks of an animal. Unseen Passage. This is you are just invisible while moving. Totally invisible while moving. Ventriloquism, throw your voice so only the intended recipient can hear it. You need Auspex for that, which we might be able to get. And Double Talk, say one thing but convey something else in secret. We need Auspex, which we can do that. So out of these 3, we get 2 in a single one. and 1 from another. So we can get 2 obfuscate powers, 1 auspex power. We can get 2 dominate powers, 1 obfuscate power. What are we feeling? So does the doctor get his stealth from his bloodline mainly? We talked about stealth before. We talked about stealth. Why would they need stealth though, is my question. Show me where it hurts, brother. Give it to me straight. Uses cash to pull out steel chair. Come at me, brother. Oh, wait. I kind of like that. I kind of like, don't worry, brother. You won't even feel a thing, as I use cash on the needle that's in my hand as I inject you with like something to heal you. So ensconce, held on your body. We could do ensconce. Ventriloquism to cast his own. So we could do ventriloquism requires auspex 2. So we would need, before we can grab ventriloquism, we need 2 powers of auspex. So what we could do is we could get 2 points of auspex, we could get 1 point of obfuscate, and then later we could grab a second point of obfuscate where now we have 2 auspex, we can grab ventriloquism. That's how amalgams work, is that even though we have 2 points of obfuscate, we can't grab ventriloquism until we have 2 points of auspex. So we could do ensconce from obfuscate, that's 1 point of obfuscate. Dr. Destructo, the medic vampire, often mistaken to be a Zemitzi. I mean, we could do dominate. I like the idea of doing compel. We could do compel to be like, get in the ring, brother! And then they get in the ring because you're commanding them to get in the ring. You could be like, let me inject you with this, brother! And then they let you inject you with it. Or like, stay still, brother! And they stay still. I think that compel would be a very strong option. I think ensconce would be a strong option. So we have to choose another power from dominate or obfuscate. So dominate, we could grab cloud memory. We could grab slavish devotion. We could grab mesmerize. We can't grab demontation yet. Again, that's obfuscate 2. We would have to get 2 powers of obfuscate and then later get it. Dominator's favor, the stolen voice. Stolen voice would be funny if it's just like, hey, even though our character, Dr. Destructo, can't maintain kayfabe, he can remove the ability to break kayfabe from others. So he gets ensconce, stolen voice, and compel as his 3 powers. That would be very silly. Standing a guard in the face as the rest of the party sneak around. Wrestle me, brother! I want you on the ground in 3 minutes, freak show! 3 minutes of playtime! Okay, so if we do that, we can go obfuscate, where we have 1 dot of that, and dominate, where we get 2 dots. We have ensconce. We have compel. And we have not slave's devotion, the stolen voice. So he can prevent others from communicating because they need to maintain kayfabe. We start at hunger 1 of 5. Our humanity, we start at 7. Oh, we have no resonance because we haven't fed on anyone. Predator type. So, how do we feed when the camera is not on us? How does our character like slake their thirst when the game is not in like active mode? So there's lots of different ways for this. All of them give different benefits. So they can be an alley cat, where they just grab someone, bring them in an alley, feed on them, and then walk away. It could be a bagger. They drink bagged blood. They actually like have special abilities that allow them to drink blood that has been removed from someone. Blood leech. They might feed from other kindred. Cleaver. They manipulate people and gaslight them into basically wanting to be fed on, and like that they don't know they're being fed on because like you feed on your kids or your spouse or something. Consensualist, you literally ask someone, hey, can I drink your blood? And it might be like, oh, it's a kink thing, or like, hey, I'm just draining your blood to like for a charity drive. Like you have their uninformed consent, or sometimes their informed consent before you drink from them. Farmer, you only drink from animals. Osiris, you are treated as a celebrity and you only drink on people who know who you are and your followers. That could be good for like wrestling fans. Sandman, you drink from people that are asleep, so you don't have to worry about like them knowing because they're asleep. Scene Queen is that they have a subculture, wrestling culture. They feed from people that are part of that subculture. Siren, they seduce people and then feed off of them either during or right before or after the act. Extortionist is services such as protection, security, or surveillance. They like offer, they extort you for blood. Grave robber. I'm unfamiliar with Cult of the Blood God. So from mourners at a gravesite or a hospital. Interesting. Roadside killer. They never stay in one spot for too long and are always on the move. Basically just like grabbing people that won't be missed and that there isn't a trail because it's at different locations. Grim Reaper. So those that are near death, they go to locations where those are near death and they feed from them. Montero. Aristocratic Spaniards, where they hunted deer and used teams to drive them into huntsmen. Got it. So they literally like hunt for humans and they have retainers that hunt, like corral the humans so they can hunt them. Pursuer, stalk their victim, learning their routines and then striking. Trapdoor, they literally like trapdoor spider you and then they attack whoever comes by them. Tithe collector, hold enough power that other kindred pay them tribute in the form of vessels who are delivered regularly or upon request. Mr. Sandman, boom, 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 send me a man. Send me the man, his door, Mandor hook our hand. So I think Trapdoor, it's an underground wrestling ring. Okay, what would we get here? Charisma plus stealth for the victims that enter expecting a fun-filled night. Dexterity stealth to feed upon trespassers. Wits plus awareness plus haven is used in the navigation of the maze. So gain 1 persuasion or specialty in either persuasion or stealth. Gain 1 dot of protean or obfuscate. Gain 1 dot of haven. Gain 1 dot of either retainers or herd or second haven dot. And then gain a flaw. I think Scene Queen is also another good. I think Osiris. Trapdoor, Scene Queen, and oddly enough, Alley Cat. I like the idea of them being like, it's you and me, brother, you and me in the ring is right over there. And then like they grab some random human, throw them in an alleyway, drink from them, and are like, looks like you just got a doctor's appointment. It's like, looks like you didn't take your medicine. Better bring an apple next time, because that's the only thing that's going to keep Dr. Destructo away. And then they just walk off. like they just have an impromptu wrestling match with this person and then feed on them. Because it would be a specialty in either intimidation or brawl, gain 1 of celerity or potence. Potence would be really funny. Lose a dot of humanity and gain 3 dots of criminal contacts. Better he knows it's human blood and he thinks he stumbled on the best exercise routine imaginable. For Alley Cat, was the wrestling ring legal? I think it is legal but shady, and I think that's how we get the criminal contacts. I think the criminal contacts are like the shady behind the scenes, probably tied to like the mafia organizers. I think we go Alley Cat. I kind of talked myself into this. I think we do Predator type Alley Cat. So what this means, we get 1 specialty in either intimidation stick-ups or brawl grappling. I mean, brawl grappling, that's wrestling. That's literally part of wrestling. That adds to it so much. Gain 1 dot of either celerity, which is super speed, or potence, which is super strength. I'll click celerity just to show you, but I think that we're gonna go potence. Cat's Grace, automatically pass balance checks. You never lose your balance. Fluent swiftness, reroll blood surge on dexterity or celerity tests. That's a native ability you have. You can get extra dice on rolls. And that allows you to, on dexterity or celerity tests, reroll. Rapid reflexes, you are fast enough you can dodge a bullet. Or not dodge, but like you can react to a bullet. And then potence is fluent strength, reroll on strength checks. Lethal body, your unarmed attacks deal aggravated damage. Imagine super damage, imagine critical damage to humans, and also ignore armor. Soaring leap, you can jump 3 meters times your potence rating. So at 1 dot, we would be able to leap 6 meters in a single jump. I think rapid reflexes. I think lethal body. And honestly, I think cat's grace. I think the balance one. I'm standing on the side of the ring and I walk along the side of the ring and I go, it's you and me, brother. I'm up here, you're down there. And that's always how it's going to be. Even if I come down from the ring, it's going to be with the elbow dropping down on you. Right? The elbow drop on soaring. The soaring leap elbow drop. That also would be very funny. Super jump sounds super useful in wrestling. Because I'm thinking like lethal body, you're not trying to hurt them, right? The goal of wrestle. I mean, maybe the reason he's so good at patching people up is because he constantly hurts them, because he's constantly too strong for his own good. I kind of love the idea of soaring leap where he leaps 3 meters in the. He goes up onto the ring, he balances, and then he leaps up like 3 meters in the air off the ring and slams down on them and like cracks their collarbone. And he has the medical knowledge to make it so that will recover like within only a couple weeks. I think it's got to be soaring leap. I talked myself into it. So we have 1 dot of potence, soaring leap. And now, we get 7 dots of first off, we got that. We lose a dot of humanity. So we are at 6 humanity. Humanity is how good we are at resisting the beast. If you remember, we have that monster within us that like drives us to pursue our hunger and drives us to frenzy. We get more dice to resist frenzy, the more humanity we have. And the lower our humanity, the closer we are to the beast taking over. And then gain 3 dots of criminal contacts. So I think criminal contacts. I'll explain that in a moment. Now, we get 7 advantages, 7 merits and 2 flaws. There's a lot here. I'm just gonna like scroll by them and you tell me what sounds interesting. So these are things where we put dots in it, we get benefits based on the dots. So for instance, linguistics. If we put a dot in linguistics, we learn 1 additional language in addition to whatever we speak. Or we can take a flaw for 2 dots that we are illiterate. We cannot read or write, and their science and academic skill may not go beyond 1 dot. That would be very funny if we were literally actually just straight up illiterate. Looks, we can be beautiful. We get extra dice for social pools. Stunning, we get even more. Semblance of the Methuselah, we look like a 4th generation vampire. We have a famous face, we look like we're famous. Ingenue, we appear innocent and blameless. Remarkable figure, we have a memorable feature such as an eye color, unusual complexion. We might be unblinking. We might be repulsive. So that's the kind of stuff. Substance use, we have a substance that we are addicted to, and we either get benefits as a merit if we drink from someone who is using it. For instance, we're addicted to cigarettes. If we drink from someone that is a smoker and just smoked a cigarette, we get benefits. Or if we're addicted to heroin and they just use heroin, we get benefits. Or we get penalties if we don't feed from them. Archaic flaw is like, oh, we have something like we will only ever listen to the Pope, or we can't enter a building, or we're unable to adapt to modern lifespan. This is only by older vampires. Bonding, this is about blood bonds. We can either be resistant to them, we can have a bond that degrades faster if it's used on us. We can be immediately weak to it. We have supernatural ones that we can be bloodbound to 2 individuals at the same time. We can always be able to sniff out resonances. We can have an iron gullet that allows us to drink blood others couldn't. We might be a farmer that we have to spend willpower to feed on a human. We can be an organivore where we have to eat organs instead of drinking blood. Mythic is we can consume food but with no nourishment. We might have a stigmata where we bleed from our hands, feet, and forehead when I hunger for. We have a rare but powerful object. Ingrained discipline flaws. We get flaws based on the disciplines. Like there's a ton here, right? Famous face. He happens to look remarkably like an A-list. That's funny. I was kind of thinking the same thing. I think crazy idea. Unbondable. Unable to be bonded. Immune to blood bond. Right? I think unbondable. So we have 7 dots to work with for advantages. I think we spend 5 of our 7 on unbondable. Because I think we're just that guy. We are just that guy, pal. We're just that guy. Should I chug whipped cream? No. I can't wait to hear about Dr. Destructo to hear his struggles with the Beast. Like it's wrestling promo about his arch rival. It's you and me, Beast Boy. It's us in the ring. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Sunday the 26th? Thursday? Friday? Saturday? 26th. It's you and me, Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. This April 26th, the Beast goes up against Dr. Destructo because it's got a doctor's appointment and I think it's terminal. Like that's the kind of thing that we do. You bonded with his non-wrestling person. I think we go famous face. Appear someone famous and gain 2 social tests where it works to their benefit. Take a 2-die penalty whenever they attempt to hide in a crowd or avoid recognition. I think it's famous face is 1 dot. I think we do unbondable is 5 dots. And we have 1 more. We could do like fortune or resources, which is like we live paycheck to paycheck. I kind of like the idea, or we're so like stupid. We are stupid poor. We could be a high functioning addict. Like we used to be addicted to steroids. And now if we feed off of someone who uses steroids, we get an extra die. We'll sell you the seat, but you only need the edge. He fell for his own hype so hard that he's only bonded to himself. Unbondable's 4? It's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's a lot because it's really powerful. Does he look like Macho Man Randy Savage? I think he looks like Macho Man Randy Savage. Bloodhound. Drive-through. Drive-through. The characters master the art of feeding while on the move. Safely complete a hunt within minutes by increasing the difficulty. Macho Man with a stethoscope. Object of power. Leyline leech. Psychological. These are merits. So false love. With an SPC as an obsession, when in their presence, treat the characters. With an SPC, so a storyteller player character as an obsession, when in the presence, treat the character's humanity as 1 higher. Their obsession is their in-ring rival. A wrestling match only lasts a couple of minutes, right? Kind of fits the alley cat pulling around. No, that's what I'm thinking. So we could do drive-through, but I like the idea of you treat yourself as more human when you're around your rival. With an SPC as an obsession, once per session, they can ignore 1 bestial, messy, critical. Could be soothed beast. Once per session, take 1 point of self-inflicted superficial health damage in exchange for 1 point of superficial willpower. I mean, we are just so stupid that we can't take the mental damage. We just take it as physical. That'd be kind of funny. Disease vector. When feeding from a sick mortal, the illness is always contracted and will be passed on to the next vessel. Miscellaneous merits. If you're a caitiff, if you're thin blood, cults. Yeah, this is like this is the issue with having a wiki as the foundation of this, because like I have the book, but I want you to be able to see. So I'm looking through like every single supplement. We could have allies, which are people that help you. We could have contacts, which we currently have criminal contacts. We could be fame. We have 1 dot of fame. Mortal of Fame is a dangerous game. I think we have 1 dot of fame. Right? Enduring fame, influence. They have sway in mortal communities, be they political. By default, it only applies to a specific group. What if we have 1 point of influence? What if we have a single dot of influence for the wrestling scene? What about a thrall you can tag team with? So I could do a 1 dot ally. I could do a 1 dot ally where build them between 1 to 5 dots of effectiveness and 1 to 3 dots of reliability. So I have a 1 dot of effectiveness. Like, wait, okay, so I could drop Unbondable. We could change this. We could also drop the Famous Face. We could take the Famous Face, put 2 dots into an ally, and we have a 1 dot of effective, 1 dot of reliable ally. So I think it's ally, tag team. Why is my first thought like the nurse executioner, like a nurse practitioner? I feel like we have to be Dr. Destructo, and Nurse Mayhem. Right? It's got to be a doctor and a nurse, right? But what is the nurse like? What if they're like Nurse MD, which does not make sense? Mallory Pract. It's got to be Mallory Practice. Wait, so question, is Mallory Practice my tag team duo, or is Mallory Practice my agent? So my agent is someone who is like my pallbearer for the Undertaker. Nurse Hearse. The nurse is the only one. No, they have actual literal medical experience, but I'm the one that does all the medicine. The nurse hooks you up with blood from the local blood bank. See, if I did that, I'd probably be a bagger, is the issue. So, question, what if we drop Famous Face and we put 2 dots into Mallory? I really like Mallory Practice. Is both agent and tag, right? Because we're so like underground. So criminal contacts, I think this is organizers. They're my wrestling team organizers. Our ally, who is 2 dots, and I think we put 1 dot of effectiveness, 1 dot of reliability. Basically, reliability is how reasonable it is that they'll show up if you call on them, and effectiveness is how helpful they're going to be. Again, Bagger, he thinks it's protein drink. Oh, we'll look at that. I like the Alley Cat, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you how we can make this character. Predator types. Bagger. Gain 1 specialty in either larceny, lockpicking, or streetwise black market. Gain 1 dot of blood sorcery if you're a blood sorcerer. Oblivion if you're Hakata, or obfuscate. Gain the feeding merit, Iron Gullet, and gain an enemy flaw, someone who believes this vampire owes them something or there's another reason to hunt down. Is my character unaware he's a vampire? I think he's unaware. I think he assumes, because he's a Malkavian, he has lost his mind and he is unaware of reality. He believes he is a wrestler that underwent a heel-face turn, or a face-heel turn. He is in his heel era. He thinks he's a vampire doctor, and he identifies as his character. I think it's, you and me, brother, let's get in the ring. And then I grab them and I throw them in an alleyway and then I feed on them. And then I'm like, and that's why you should have taken your medicine. And then I walk away. Right? So the question is, how do we want advantages? Do we want 2 dots of Mallory practice? Do we want 1 dot Mallory practice, 1 lot famous face? Because we could look like Macho Man Randy Savage. We could drop unbondable. I like the idea that he is bonded to himself. I really like the idea that Dr. Destructo is like Dr. Destructor. Wait, what if it's Nurse Mallory practice? I like Nurse Hearst, but I think like Nurse Mallory practice. It's just Mallory practice. Nurse Ferratu, our former tag team turned bitter rival. Okay, but like, what if I then go, so what if, okay, I like the famous face. Hear me out. Bonding? No. False love. As an obsession, when in their presence, treat humanity as one higher. I think I'm human. And I have my false love is also Mallory practice. My agent, my former tag team partner, my former agent, my former tag team partner, now my rival, who I am obsessed with because they make me feel more human. And I think that's because we are like just so in the kayfabe, but in reality, it's because they are my touchstone, right? So I think that I'm going to add touchstone real quick. Mallory practice. Yeah, I think that we cut the famous face, unfortunately. So criminal contacts, we are in a shady, like underground, but still legal wrestling local scene. Our organizers are for sure like tied to the mob. We have an ally in our former... They're effective, but they're not reliable because they've turned their back on us when we became a vampire. I think it's a storyline thing because I turned heel. In reality, it's because I'm a vampire. So they're slightly effective, but not really. And now we get 2 flaws. We get 2 bad things. We have 2 bad things. So like on the right here, there's like flaws. We have to choose 2 dots of flaw. I think we'll go down to advantages, disadvantages. We could get an enemy. In addition to our... Wait a second. What if instead of an ally, we go influence, wrestling? Our false love is Mallory Practice, our former tag team duo, now rival, who is our false love. They are a 2-dot enemy, or probably 1 dot, because the way enemies work is they are identical to allies, but with 1 dot plus 3, right? Hey, Alza. Oh, so the opposite to allies and are rated 2 dots less than their effectiveness. So their effectiveness as a 1 dot is effectiveness 3. This is a very competent enemy. And our former tag team buddy is now our rival. And I think that in addition to that, we have Mallory Practice. Wait. I'm thinking. I'm in my mind palace. We have a mutual agent named Mallory Practice. My rival is Nurse Hearst. Our agent, or our shared agent from back when we were a tag team duo, right? And my false love is Mallory Practice. No Nurse Feratu. I like Nurse Hearse. We're making Dr. Destructo the wrestler vampire. Yeah, the drama, the love, the wrestling. Hear me out. When they were a tag team, never our rival went by Nurse Feratu. Now go. That's also good. They used to be Nurse Feratu. Now they're Nurse Mallory Practice. But I like Mallory Practice. To me, strikes me more as like an agent name, like a manager name, right? Or if like Nurse Hearse strikes me more as a... Well, so question, was I Dr. Destructo before my heel turn? What was I before? Maybe Nurse Hearse is what they go by now, but what was our tag team do? What were we featured as? What if Mallory Practice is completely in the dark on the whole vampire thing, just thinks this guy's gone off the deep end, off his rocker, and probably off his meds? Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. And that's why I think we take 2 dots of enemy, Mallory Practice, but also false love. So we have a little bit of influence in wrestling. We're unbondable. And our touchstones, we have Nurse Hearse, who is our rival. I also like Nurse Feratu. The reason we're rivals? Got it. Nurse Feratu was our former tag team. Wrong place, wrong time. I showed up when Nurse Feratu was going to be turned by a Malkavian. The Malkavian turned me instead, not knowing who I was. They assumed I was Nurse Feratu. Now, I'm a vampire. I went full heel turn. I am now Dr. Destructo. Nurse Feratu, for multiple reasons now, was like, dude, what the heck? Why did you turn your back on me? We're rivals now. I don't like you anymore. I hate you. We share Mallory Practice, the same agent, the same manager. But now they're my enemy. And it's ironic because they didn't want to be a vampire. They weren't trying to be a vampire, but they kind of like vampires. And so now I think I'm a vampire-themed doctor. And they're like, really? You're taking my thing? I'm the nurse vampire. Why are you suddenly a vampire doctor? And so they got pissed off at me because they thought I was taking their thing, when in reality, I'm a literal actual vampire, and I think this is just kayfabe. So now, Nurse Feratu was my former vampire nurse, who I saved from becoming an actual literal vampire. And the whole storyline between us was I was Dr. Destructo, and I was like trying to save my tag team partner, Nurse Feratu. And so now the storyline in wrestling is that I fell victim to the same curse that Nurse Feratu had, but now Nurse Feratu got saved because they can't have 2 medical themed vampires in the same thing. And I, for whatever reason, suddenly got in my head that I have to be that. That's my storyline. So now Nurse Feratu, I cured Nurse Feratu by taking on Nurse Feratu's vampirism myself. And now Nurse Feratu, like out of wrestling, like out of kayfabe, is pissed off at me because they're like, I really liked playing the nurse vampire. What the heck, dude? And now we're rivals, but we still have the same manager of Mallory Practice. My old name was Dr. Destructor, and now I'm Dr. Acula. Yes! Dr. Acula. My former name was Dr. Destructo, and they used to be Nurse Feratu. Now they're Nurse Hearse. And I am now Dr. Acula. And the reason they're Nurse Hearse is because they want to put me in the ground permanently. And like, that's our storyline. What if I was told Vampire the Masquerade was a serious game for real serious people, and now I'm in tears thinking about vampire wrestlers. So I went from Dr. Destructo to now I'm Dr. Acula, because now I'm a doctor vampire. And they went from Nurse Feratu to Nurse Hearse because they want to put me in the ground permanently. And like, that's our big point of contention. I love this. I love this. I'm so happy. I love making characters. So that's our flaws. We have a 5-dot enemy. Oh my god. Wanna know what? In the tag team, I was positioned as the lead, and Nurse Feratu was my second. Nurse Feratu handles kayfabe way better than me, is way better of a performer than I am, and is way more personable. Because Nurse Feratu was this kind of like anti-hero. Was like, I was the face. They were the much maligned, like, oh, fine, I'll work with the face, but only until I get my vampirism cured. And then they had that like bad boy thing to them. They had that bad girl thing to them. And so everyone loved them. So they're way more influential in this underground wrestling circuit than I am. And now that we've done the reverse, now they're the face. Now they're the one that everyone loves and they follow. And I kind of like have been sidelined and I don't realize it because I'm so wrapped up in my storyline that is my reality. You do need to update the enemy flaw, by the way. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Enemy would be Nurse Hearse. And I think my false love is Nurse Feratu. Because even though they're the same person, I still constantly call them Nurse Feratu, and that bothers them. That pisses off Nurse Hearse, because they're like, yeah, I was Nurse Feratu until you made me rebrand, you jerk. And Mallory Practice is probably like our much maligned like mutual manager who like, we don't interact with each other through Mallory Practice, so Mallory Practice is fine to work with both of us. I'm just imagining the other vampires interacting with this Mad Lad and losing their nonsense. Listen, I'm a Malkavian. So, okay, wait. I think we can go back. Ambition, desire. I think our ambition, conclude the storyline. Conclude wrestling. Right? And I think desire, the first desire of the first session, which isn't going to happen, this is just making a character, show you how to make a character. I think this is... send Nurse Hearst to the doctor, to the ER. I think that's what we do. Like, I'm gonna send, like, listen, I know you're here for a medical appointment, but too bad, because after this, you're gonna be going to the ER. And like, that's the kind of thing that we talk about. I think that's so stupid. I love it. Convictions and touchdowns. Select 1 to 3 convictions, and you tie them each to a touchdown. Now, convictions. Convictions is a rule that you follow and you hold yourself to it. If you breach this conviction, you have to risk losing humanity. So these are generally tied to a touchstone. What rule does our character have for ourselves tied to Nurse Feratu / Nurse Hearse? And which one is tied to Mallory Practice? I feel like one of them has to be what happens in the ring stays in the ring. And that's just kind of like, that's more broad than what it literally says. And it's just kind of like, keep things compartmentalized. Don't take issues out of the realm that they're in. So like, keep what happens in the ring stays in the ring. And then for Mallory Practice, I feel like it would be... it would be like the storyline is more important than the character. The storyline must be concluded. And again, that's kind of like speaking more broadly than what it literally says. And it's just kind of being like, you have to see things through. I kind of have to see this play out. I know it's just an example, but I want to know what this nonsense gets up to. I mean, I could play this in the game I'm going to be playing with my siblings. And like, I'll check with my siblings. But I'll probably be giving a summary of the vampire game that we play. Now, just counter option. Nurse Hearst knows that Dr. Acula got turned and is trying to save her friend. She has to keep up the persona. So what I will also say, we're kind of doing like Macho Man, which, like, obviously most of the most popular wrestlers are Macho Man. What we could do So another thing is that languages. You start with the language of whatever country you're in, as well as another language, generally tied to whatever like ethnicity you are. What if we have this be like the Japanese female wrestling circuit? Because like Japanese female wrestling goes hard. It goes crazy. And this could be Yuri. We could make this Yuri. That's why we're Dr. Acula with Nurse Feratu. And this could be like a West Coast thing, or it could be like in Japan. That's juicy as heck. Listen. Nurse Feratu, that's what the reason she's a 5-dot enemy, because she's 2 dots but is counted at she's a 4-dot, sorry. She's 2 dots but counts as 2 higher. She's really invested in figuring out what happened to us and trying to save us. She's trying to save her friend. She knows something is up with me. She knows, like, she's pissed at me, obviously. But she also knows, like, hey, something is not right with you. We used to, like, go out for lunch occasionally. You have not gone to lunch with me. You don't respond to me during the day. You only respond at dusk, and you've never responded to me past dawn. Like, something has happened to you, and you're going really full tilt on the whole vampire thing. And I think that's kind of so I think what happens in the ring stays in the ring is Mallory practice, right? I think that Mallory practice, the conviction tied to Mallory practice, our manager, is now former tag team, now rival, but still cares. Right? So our storyline is that she hates me. She hates that I'm an abomination now, and that she wants to put me in the ground because she learned when I cured her vampirism that you can't remove vampirism, but you can put it in the ground. And so she's my rival, but it's like a friends to enemies kind of deal. It's like a reluctant like fighting kind of deal in the story. Out of the ring, she is genuinely concerned about me. Wonder what could give Dr. Acula a bout of lucidity. I think the lucidity is like Nurse Feratu. And I think I still call her Nurse Feratu. I think that she goes by Nurse Hearst, and I still call her Nurse Feratu. And that in character upsets her. Out of character concerns her, right? Because I always struggled with kayfabe, but I was always really good at the physical performance. I was always very physically gifted. It was the acting that I was charismatic, but I didn't have the same commitment to the bit that she did. And I think now she's concerned because I am only committing to the bit. So what is my conviction with her? It's the doomed Yuri with a steel chair. Listen, Yuri, right? Like, wow. I'm just picturing the storyline concluding with Nurse Hearst having to stake Dr. Acula in order to put his theory to rest. I think we're doing Yuri here. Yeah, I think it's gotta be like Nurse Hearst knows something's up. Staking just paralyzes vampires, hence the term stake for the sun, yeah. And she gets a rude awakening when she finds out they're actual honest-to-God vampire, yeah. I got a giggle out of that, yeah. Yuri, wow. Okay, but like, I maintain HRT has destroyed my inhibitions. I have had so many mixed feelings on so many different things recently. Het, Yowie, Yuri, wow. I did not expect a doomed Yuri. I think there was always tension between them. I think that there was like genuine chemistry between them, and I think that it was a playful rivalry, that they genuinely enjoyed each other's company to the extent that like maybe there could have been something. And I think now that is gone forever. And I think because I think Dr. Acula refuses to acknowledge that now because they are so stuck in the kayfabe, whereas Nurse Feratu has this weird kind of like what could have been. The Yuri just turned this from 9 out of 10 to 10 out of 10. So what is the conviction we have with Nurse Feratu? Maybe so Nosferatu, what happens in the ring stays in the ring. And then the storyline trumps the character. Right? The conviction with Mallory practice, it doesn't matter what your character is or what your arc is, the storyline, the organization, the broader picture is more important than you. And you have to recognize that. And so I think that now that they're a kindred, the things that keep them human is that they recognize there's a bigger picture going on that I need to work within. And what happens in the ring stays with the ring. What happens in one localized area, I can't let that bleed into other aspects of my life. I think that's how they keep themselves sane. The Sea of Time. We are a 13th generation vampire. We are blood potency 1. And that's our character. That's our character. So now, like, we have some things over here, like there's an errata where I don't know if it's they increase the blood potency of everything or if it's you increase the bane severity of everything. So our bane severity should be 2. And I think blood surge dice, or I think it's just you start at blood potency 2. There was some errata in the player's companion that's like released for free online, which was like, hey, we increased bane severity, we increased blood surge, right? I don't know if that increased blood potency though. Imagining honest to God Dracula showing up to watch a match and finding the whole Dr. Acula thing either hilarious or I think he would find it funny. Because canonically in Vampire the Masquerade, Dracula is the one that commissioned Bram Stoker to write Dracula. So I think like Dracula would find Dr. Acula really funny. But she only understands it in the context of wrestling. She doesn't fully grasp vampire politics. She just thinks that factions are different circuits. Yeah. That probably has a good sense of humor. Yeah. So our clan Bane was as a Malkavian. I don't remember what it's called. It is Malkavian Fractured Perspective. Okay, so, and then I think one more thing. We have one more thing for our character. Chronicle Tenants. Chronicle Tenants are really important. These are... What are the broad scope... So, the regulations from Synthop are inspired by Chronicle Tenants. Chronicle Tenants are, here are rules that if you breach them in-game, you will be penalized. These are not safety tools. These are not, don't do this because it will make people uncomfortable. This is a game where you will be punished mechanically for doing this, and you're going to be put in situations where you're going to need to do this. A Chronicle Tenant might be, you don't feed off of children. And then you're in a situation where you're at Hunger 5, Little Timmy is right there. Do you feed off of Little Timmy so that you can like slake your thirst and not go crazy? Or do you risk going crazy and then you kill Little Timmy anyway? Right? The Malkavians have a long history of Dr. Aculas who are all entirely unrelated. It just keeps happening. Nothing will go wrong. Oh my gosh. So I think that Chronicle Tenants is something you would do with your entire group. You do it with Storyteller as well as the entire coterie. I think the Chronicle Tenants is just like so like the Masquerade is obvious. Like that's not a Chronicle Tenant. The Chronicle Tenants would be stuff like only keep up kayfabe, right? Which is basically the Masquerade, but like in terms of like our character, we're going to build the Chronicle Tenants around our character. So it'd be like, keep up kayfabe. If we breach that, we get penalized. I mean, so actually, what if it's instead storyline trumps character, and then Mallory practices keep up kayfabe, right? So what if it? I'm trying to think of like wrestling teams ones. Can we get a list of examples? Yeah. So, let me see if I can find. Oh, sorry. This has a bookmark. I didn't know that. Sorry, I got excited. There's a bookmark in this, like a natural little ribbon in my book. I didn't know that. Nice. I got excited, in case you couldn't tell. Chronicles. Is it 135? Okay, character summary, agent generation, core concept, the relationship map, your human life, embrace and after, build your coterie. That's the core traits, that's too far. Why is this being silly? Can't it just tell me? Chronicle tenants. Okay. So here are some example chronicle tenants. So humist. Thou shalt not kill, save in self-defense. Thou shalt not non-consensual hanky-panky or torture. Thou shalt not harm the innocent. Creed of justice. Never kill the innocent. Be your own, never submit. Without cause, you are nothing. Street code. Never snitch. Respect others and demand respect. Don't kill outsiders. And then there's also like a gothic/romance. Never deny true love. The guilty should suffer. Uphold the norms of decent society. So like these are all different games you could play. Humanist is very just like, hey, we're trying to be good people despite being monsters. Creative justice, it's all about like revenge. It's all about revolution. It's all about having some sort of drive behind you. Gothic romance, it's a very gothic romance. It is a true love. It is suffering, Byronic contemplation, standing on a rainy night outlooking the sea. The street code, like gang violence, and like you respect others and you never snitch and you keep outsiders out of it. So that's the kind of stuff that the Chronicle tenant will be. Notice how never kill an innocent is something that's probably going to happen. This is to punish you for breaching the tone of the game, right? In what context would number 2 be a thing you'd be tempted to do? The first part, the torture thing, is more known. So if you are a character who focuses on seduction, and so you take someone and you mentally control them to want to sleep with you, like that's not okay, and that is not consensual. Therefore, that would technically be that, and therefore you'd be breaking that Chronicle tenant. And that is something where, as a group, you might want to explore what it's like for someone who all of your powers are about social manipulation. And that's the easiest way to do this, is to just take over someone's mind and then do whatever you want, like feed off of them. That's not something I'm interested in, personally. That's not something I explore in my games. And that's something that I think is not really okay to just kind of jump into. But that is like I said earlier, vampires are predators. That is core to the lore of vampires. So like, I disagree, but I get it. What's this character's true age and apparent age? I think this character is like hitting. They're past their prime, but not like devilishly so. I think they're like 30, right? So I think they look like they're 30. Maybe they're like 29. Because like they're on the older end of what is acceptable as a wrestler. Because like obviously you can continue wrestling through your 30s. You can go into even your 40s. But like with any physical sport, you kind of gotta bow out once you start hitting the 30s. I think the true age is like they've only been the Kindred for like a couple years. Date of birth. 4/22/ oh my gosh, 1997. If they're 29, that's 97. That's crazy. And I think 6/1/2024. 3. Cool. So this is how you make a vampire. The big thing is you start with like the name, what your concept of them is. Wrestler in kayfabe. You choose a predator type, what their ambition, their desire is, what clan they are, what generation they are. You choose their stats. You choose all of their skills. You give them some disciplines. You start at 1 hunger. You start at normally 7 humanity. We went down because we're an alley cat. You get advantages and flaws. You write some touchstones and convictions. You have your chronicle tenets, and you have some other specialties and languages and stuff. Yeah, so 32 is their true age. Oh, right. You're right. So it would be 32 would be 94. Got it. Cries in 30. So like, there's nothing wrong with being 30. The age of 30 is in demand. Did you know this? Particularly for VTubers. So, is this where I'd be like, wait, what's on this cover? Is this always part of the cover? This looks like someone spilled on it. Weird. Although maybe that's just how it is. I was calling myself a hag yesterday, even though I don't think I am. A lot of people say anyone over 25, like 25 and older, is a hag, and I'm just like, eep, that's crazy. So, I'm going to answer some questions. If you have any questions for me, drop them in the Q&A section. But really, we've been going 4.5 hours. We made a character, finally. I'm not sorry that it took so long. It was very fun for me. Boy, gee, howdy. I sure am glad Arrow showed me how to make a vampire. I completely missed the chapter about wrestling personas. You're a hag, trickster, whimsy, Feywild, compliment. I mean, honestly, like, I don't know how I would react if someone legitimately went up to me and was like, hey, baby girl, I mean the older individuals. And then I'm like, sorry? And they're like, yeah, I'm like 20. And then I'd be like, you're a baby? And they're like, nah, I'm a legal adult. Don't you even worry about it. And then I'm like, this isn't even like a problematic age gap. It's literally just like, you're being weird about it. Like, I don't know how I would react to that, because that's what some people do. I saw a post that said, growing up realizing that the older woman character in the anime is just your current age and you still feel like a kid. Honestly, I have noticed that as I've grown and as I've gotten older, and this isn't just normal, so a phenomena that has been pointed out to me that I agree with is your conception of like who is like an adult really kind of goes away once you hit adulthood. Because like when you're a kid, teenagers seem so big and scary and adult, and when you're a teenager, like college age, like early 20s seem so big and adult, and when you're early college age, like people in like their 30s seem like they're like adults, and when you hit like your 30s, only people that are like geriatric seem like adults to you, because it just, as it goes, like, just as you get more lived experience, as you get older, everyone behind you becomes a baby, and everyone in front of you just kind of like merges together. Like when I was like 23, 24, like I could just see myself walking alongside and chatting without any issue someone who's 34. Whereas when I was like 16, I would think that walking alongside a 19-year-old would be like, whoa, they're so much older than me. Like, it's so crazy. And like, I'm not even talking like romance. I'm not talking anything weird. I'm literally just talking about like relationally. As you get older, age gaps become less of a factor in friendships and relationships. So like, obviously I still think it's weird if you have like a 20-year-old dating a 50-year-old, but like intergenerational friendships are so cute. Okay, we can all agree that Arrow is around the 25 to 35 range. That's what a lot of people think. I've gotten as young as 20, as old as 40. That's what people tend to guess. Be gone, child. I mean, that's kind of me whenever I interact with anyone who's like under 21. Be gone. I personally cannot believe I'm turning 30 next month. Oh my gosh. I want to see this man hit an RKO on someone so bad. I am so glad that I made this vampire character. I'll probably make a werewolf soon. And specifically, it will be much faster because 70% of this character sheet is identical. So like all of this, same for the werewolf. The disciplines are different. And this is all the same. This is different. This is similar, but not quite the same. So like over half of the werewolf character sheet is the same character sheet as the vampire. I probably won't do hunter because I think that hunters aren't very interesting. But yeah, I really enjoyed just doing like a deep dive on vampire and making a character for it and being able to explain some vampire stuff for you. I will never forget when I was 21 and I went to get liquor for the first time and the cashier hit me with like, "Good day, sir," not checking my ID. I went to go on my 21st birthday. I went to go to the liquor store. I went to go buy alcohol and I handed them my vertical ID. Because like, I don't drink, but my mother's request was that she wanted me to buy her alcohol because it was like an age thing. It was like a turning point thing where like, you're now 21. I want you to go buy me alcohol. So I went out to the store, I think on my birthday or maybe the day after my birthday. And I bought her a Bailey's. And I had my vertical ID and I handed it to them and they just like, they look at it and they're like, "Ah, you turned yet? You just got your birthday yesterday." And I'm like, "Yep." And they gave me a bit of a hard time about it. But yeah, I've never, like, I've bought alcohol a couple times now, always for other people because I don't drink. But after the werewolf, you can make a K-pop changeling. I don't have V20 though. I have with me, like right next to me, I have the werewolf book, which is my roommate's. I got my roommate the werewolf book, and my sibling got me vampire and got me hunter. Sounds like an excuse not to. Well, so not quite. She. If anyone has any concerns about me being a bit of a workaholic, she's what I got it from. For better or for worse. And she's a lot of things. 20 to 40, that's not even roughly guessing, that's broadsiding. No, so what people were guessing is I had people guess as low as 20 and people guess as high as 40. And I think what it is, like genuinely, I think why people guessed as low as 20 is because I make a lot of jokes that are like aimed at like Gen Alpha. Like I find 6-7 funny. Not because I find 6-7 funny inherently, but because of how annoyed everyone gets by it. But like genuinely, like I don't find 6-7 funny. I find the fury that so many people have for 6-7 to be what's funny to me, which is why I can find amusement in it. I have a very rapid style of editing because I'm shorts build. I make a bunch of shorts, which generally requires faster editing. It has lower retention rate. You want to kind of capture that attention span. So I think also my voice is fairly youthful. I don't think I sound like I'm in my 40s. I mean, maybe I do. Who knows? But then a lot of people who hear me talk and like have listened to the content of what I say pretty universally think I'm like in my 30s or that I'm like 28, right? Like high 20s, which I think is kind of funny. Like the two opposite extremes of like, if you listen to how I present myself and how I speak and how like the kind of the rapidity of how I communicate, you generally assume that I'm younger. Whereas if you listen to what I say, you just kind of assume I'm older. And I think that's just because, well, I'm not going to say I have a good head on my shoulders, but I tend not to be... I try to avoid being immature. Institutionally. I like making fun of the 6'7" by saying 67. Just completely butcher the meme. Hey, log out. If you did Hunter, hear me out. Nurse... We could make Nurse Feratu a hunter. We could make Nurse Feratu a hunter, and we could give her the special ability car because she also drives. She drives the... I drive a white van that's painted to look like an ambulance. She drives an actual hearse. Those are our entrances. You, workaholic for being punctual and streaming? I try my best. Good for you, Arrow. Waste of money. Yeah, I don't drink for a multitude of reasons. And it really does save me a lot of money. Because imagine if you buy what? Let's say you buy like a $20 bottle of wine every week. That's times 52. That's like $140, and that's not even like a good wine. A good wine would be like probably $60 or $80. So let's say that once every other week you buy a $60 bottle of wine. So that's 26. That's 26 times 30. Or sorry, 26 times 60, which would be what, like 160? Which, like, it adds up if you do that, and then you also are buying like a pack of beer every 2 weeks. If you're buying at a bar, if you're not spending $20 on a bottle of wine, you're spending $20 on a single glass. Imagine that adding up. Just beat up a small cult of 9 people that are CR 1/8 and 3 CR 2 as a party of 5 7th level adventurers. That was a slaughter. The slaughter's mine. I'd love to see you come undone, unsatisfied until I see you flayed alive. I can't go that high. Sadness. Like that's my thing. Is that like I have a fairly mid-range voice, but I cannot activate a higher register because this is already fairly high for me. I'd say that going down here is probably more of a middle of my vocal range down here. So when I'm talking up here, this is already the higher end of my vocal range. So if I try to sing from here, I can't hit it. Only reason I ever buy booze is that it has a really heckin' cool bottle. Speaking of shorts, what's the best software for editing those together? I was thinking of editing together some memes and using it to learn how to edit. I don't have an answer for best. I have an answer for best free would be DaVinci Resolve. That's what I use. DaVinci Resolve. I still use the free version. I really should buy Studio. It has many other factors that probably make my life easier. DaVinci Resolve, you can sign up for free. You can download for free. You can use it for free. It has the core of what you need. Everything I have done has been in DaVinci Resolve for free. I hear a lot of people talk great things about After Effects. I can't speak to it. I've never used it. And also, Premiere, After Effects, Premiere, Photoshop, all that. That's all the Adobe suite. I would personally not recommend doing that. Personally. But I also can't say that's not good. I've also heard so many people complain about After Effects. Like, a lot of people complain about DaVinci. A lot of people complain about Adobe After Effects. If I ever do play a hunter game, you can play Nosferatu hunting down the doctor or trying to turn him back. Somehow, who knows? Yeah, the world is big. So, have I ever played Mega Man Star Force or Mega Man in general? The only Mega Man game I've played is that my aunt and uncle have like an arcade cabinet that I don't know why they set it up, but it's like they have like this arcade cabinet set up that has like a Raspberry Pi in it or something, that has like a repository of like a couple dozen classic games. And a couple years ago I was playing Mega Man on it, and I think I beat like one of the robot lords. So like I've never been into Mega Man, right? I've never been really into Mega Man. But would she name her car Herskun? Oh my gosh, that'd be really funny. Have I seen the new 1.08 chapter content update for Girlframe? I have not. I have not looked into it. I need to look into it. I need to download the latest version. I need to check what it is. And then I need to make a Girlframe video. First, I want to finish Xeneolithic. Current agenda item, in order, Xeneolithic. Then I am going to make the Girlfriend video. Then I'm finally going to allow myself to make the Kane supplement. And in the background, I want to set up the visual novel that I've been working on. In the background, I'm going to be working on the visual novel. My goal is to set up Discord streams where potentially I'll be running for a friend in Discord, where y'all can listen. I might be doing more just like hangouts in Discord because honestly, community engagement was kind of cracked. Like, I'm not gonna lie, we had fewer people in Discord than we normally have in stream, and we had twice the messages, which I think is just because people are more comfortable in Discord. Yeah, the Truck-kun in the actual Japanese fan base, that would be really funny if the actual Japanese fan base called him Truck-kun. To quote John Mulaney, "Get some rest, tall child. You can't keep burning the candle at both ends." Yeah. Like I do need to keep burning the candle at both ends because, as I've said many times, and I try not to be a downer about this. I try not to be a bother about this. As it currently stands, my channel cannot support me. And I love what I do and I want to do more of it. But I recognize that as soon as I take my foot off the gas, I will lose my opportunity to support myself with the channel. And I've been on an upswing in the entirety of 2026. And honestly, throughout all of 2025 too, I've been on an upswing. I had my largest growth ever after the Yuri comic voiceover. I've gotten most of my growth from Yuri voiceovers. Do I have a day job? I'm currently in freelance. So I do work outside of the channel, but my channel work takes up a lot of my time. So if I want to pivot and swap from being freelance to doing something like a more stable position that would take up much more of my time but give me more money, I would lose significantly more time on the channel. A candle that shines twice as bright burns half as long. That's fair. And like my philosophy, I always try to plan for sustainability. I plan around sustainability. But I also recognize that like a lot of things don't come to you in life. You have to jump on them. So I try to balance. I try to balance my need for sustainability with my ability to actually sustain myself. I had existing obligations, so I couldn't make the event the other day. That's fine. There will be more. Do I mind if you fall asleep? Yes, I do mind. Don't you dare fall asleep. Which vampire clan would you want to be, and which vampire would you actually be? So I'm on record. The power I want most is invisibility. And that's Malkavians. That is Banu Hakim. That is Nosferatu. And that is Ravnos. I would not fit. I don't think I want to be Nosferatu because as much as I don't really care about public appearance, I could not handle living in the sewers. I could not handle living in the sewers. The Banu Hakim, I actually think I would probably rock being Banu Hakim. I have a very strong sense of justice. I have a very strong sense of like right and wrong. I have a very strong sense. Oh, why am I so crouched down? I have a very strong sense of judgment. I try not to make that other people's problems, but like, you know, I rock it. Ravnos, I am too sedentary, right? Ravnos or Travelers, I think I fit the vibe of a Ravnos. I am someone that I commit to the bit. I like being a potser. I like being silly. I like being ridiculous. That being said, I don't travel enough, and I would not like to travel. And then Malkavians is straight up just like, would I really mind if I had complete derealization from reality? If I'm already a vampire that's already shattered my reality, why not? So like, Malkavian unironically is kind of up there. I do think I would be a Toreador. The Toreador are the creatives. The Toreador are the writers. I imagine they're also like the content creators, which like, influencer vampire. I would probably be a Toreador because I am just like, the creative spark within me is my driving force. The main, like, I self-identify as a creative, right? Not because I am particularly creative, but because that's so important to who I am. So I think that out of all of the clans, the Toreador would be the most inclined to pick me up because one of them parasocially attaches to my content, picks me up, embraces me, tosses me aside once I'm boring, right? And then I have to deal with the fact that now I'm a Toreador. That's likely how it would go. And like, I can rock Auspex, Celerity, Presence, not the worst selection of powers. Bummer, man. How do we know that Arrow isn't already in Malkavian and this is just what I do between feeding, spell, and denial? Maybe I'm already in Malkavian, and the stints of darkness that overtake me every single night when I close my eyes is me not actually going to bed. It is me getting up and going off and feeding on the local wildlife population. Maybe. Like a grenade nods solemnly. Is it burning bright if you're enjoying what you do? Yeah. I mean, it's burning bright is enjoying what you do. Burning bright is the whole deal of like the candle that burns twice as bright lasts half as long is the idea of the people that do the most amazing things generally aren't sustainable. And I'm in an odd situation where I don't do drugs, I don't consume alcohol, I don't engage in risky behavior by and large. What I love doing is pretty safe. It's not stable, but like I love it and people seem to appreciate it. And so I would say my biggest one of my biggest weaknesses, probably not my biggest, but like one of my biggest weaknesses, I hate the idea that I'm mooching. I hate the idea of making it about me. And as many people have pointed out, I really struggle with accepting positivity. I really struggle with when kindness is shown to me, accepting that. It literally makes me uncomfortable. So I have a Patreon I never talk about. I have donations that you can set up with me, like with membership or with Twitch donations, that I try my best to avoid plugging because I don't want you to feel obligated. I've considered setting up a throne, and I think I might be setting up a throne like this week, because if I set up a throne, that means y'all can get me TTRPGs that or video games or whatever that then you can pay for, that then I will check out and maybe make content on. And if you fail, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, exactly. Totally not sprouted from your rant on how glamorous it feels when people saying they got inspired from you. Totally not sprouted from your rant on how glamorous it feels other people saying they got inspired by you. Gato, that is not a question. How dare you? Oh, got cut off. Yesterday I ran my first session of Kane, and if it wasn't for you, I'd never have known about it, so thanks. Well, of course. I mean, it is the positive cycle, right? Like Zach Tack made videos about Kane that got me into Kane, which I got you into Kane. And I'm sure that like someone made videos, I think like 11 Dragon Kid. Zach Tack has mentioned that he's an inspiration, so like 11 Dragon Kid. And like 11 Dragon Kid, as far as I'm concerned, is just the disembodied voice that's like the Siri for Tom Bloom himself. That's my assumption. Like 11 Dragon Kid is just like an AI that Tom Bloom has. Wait, what? How long have you had a Patreon for? I've had a Patreon for like a year and a half. Yeah, I don't plug it in my videos because one, it's shorts mostly, but like even in my long form, I don't upload like, oh, let me add all of you to the end of my screen. I have a single tier for like $5 a month. My goal was to add more content to it. What I need to add the girl frame stuff. I need to add my girl frame reactions to Patreon. I need to figure out how that will work. Because I need to know if I can flag individual content as NSFW. Because the girl frame stuff itself is mostly fine, but it talks about NSFW topics. So it's not like explicit, but it is like mentioning and talking around stuff that I don't want minors seeing. Arrow and Jorts? You know... Hold on. Have you forgotten? Excuse you. Did you not know? I'm always in jorts. Like, this is my standard outfit. This is literally my standard outfit is jorts. And like people will clown on me about it. And it's just like, dude, this is what I wear all the time. Like this is just what I wear. I'm in jorts most of the time I'm streaming. Girlfriend's a little too spicy for comfort is what you're saying. No, so it's not spicy for comfort. It is Patreon is really weird about NSFW content. And I don't know what would be acceptable. Because mine is not an 18 plus Patreon, because this is not an 18 plus community. This is a me doing a safe for work review of an 18 plus property. Oh, and I think jorts, I always think of the Fall Guys jorts that are awkward in between size. Yeah, word. Patreon is indeed weird. Yeah. So I have jorts, and if you didn't know, booty. You don't even get to know. What is Throne? Never heard of it either. So Throne is a website where I, as the creator, can say, hey, this is the PDF for Perfect Draw. You, as the community, can spend money and donate to fund the Perfect Draw book. And then suddenly, let's say it's like $20. If you donate $10, if Lag donates another $10, that can be put towards Perfect Draw. Once it's succeeded, once it's fulfilled, Throne will buy me Perfect Draw. And generally what you do is that you do that with like physical goods. And so I might say like, hey, I'm trying to get a new monitor for my streaming setup. It costs $200. You as the community would fund the monitor, and then Throne would buy the monitor and ship it to me. So that means that the community can fund the creator's expenses without revealing like the address or needing a PO box or anything weird or crazy like that. It is generally considered a very safe method of allowing the community to fund stuff for the streamer. Now, it's most commonly used, in my experience, from what I'm aware of, is like blue streaming site individuals. They will have stuff for their blue streams that the audience can like buy for them. And then suddenly it's kind of like a symbiotic relationship where the performer doesn't need to buy, for instance, specific costumes or goods to use in their streams. And then they can still charge for the streams. So they still make a profit, and the community gets to ensure that the content that is being made is what they want, right? And that's kind of like a symbiotic relationship. Something that I've also seen is a lot of people be like, hey, I want snacks. Like, I'm going to put snacks on here, and then you order snacks for me. Like, that's kind of weird to me. I'm not going to lie. That's kind of like an Uber Eats kind of thing. That's not what I'd be interested in. What I would be interested in is like, hey, I want to like put Perfect Draw up there. I want to put Mage V20. I want to put Overarms. I want to put all of these like TTRPGs, these video games, 1000X Resist, if those are like allowed. so that then I can cover what you want to see without costing me. And that would make the financial burden of like trying out new systems minimal. Yeah, oh shoot, my model can spin. Yeah. Arrow self-reporting the streams I watch? I actually don't. I don't have a blue site account. I'm just like aware that's where most of the Throne ecosystem is in adult performers who are like, hey, get me this thing and then I'll make content of me with this thing. Like, which I feel is probably the best use case. That strikes me as, if you're gonna have blue streaming site or orange streaming site, I suppose, if you're gonna have one of those like 18 plus streaming sites, why not, right? Like you're already having a parasocial audience. Like I think that I would be shocked to see an 18 plus performer, an adult performer who does not have a parasocial audience. And if your audience is already parasocial, like instead of just having them throw money at you, you could have them fund what they want to see. And like I think that's like, get that bag even if it's not for me. Arrow, no, you'll get dizzy. Beyblade, let it rip. Arrow just knows how streaming, exactly. Like I just know how streaming works. I don't have one of those accounts, so this is just conjecture, but reverse Uber Eats, we feed and hydrate Arrow like a plant. That would be very funny. By the way, Arrow, Games for Freaks Volume 4 fan art collection has been done recently on the Chasm Discord, soon it's going to be out. Yep. So I heard. Also, someone who didn't know what throne was, hearing you say how you're not good at taking compliments, but then talking about setting up a literal throne to sit on for streams, pretty funny. The mental image. See, that's the thing, is I don't take good compliments. I'm not good at taking compliments. The only thing that I take is L's. Really. So the idea of people willingly spending money on me is horrifying. However, I recognize that unless I get better about like literally just like selling myself, like marketing myself, I will not be able to sustain myself off of this. And I have to trust that the people that do spend money on the channel are doing it because they care. All you're good at is taking... Good for you? I'm not going to say anything in response to that. Daily outs, thank you. Clarified. Speaking of TTRPGs, check out, have you heard of Mortashine? I'm unaware. I'm just wondering if some random nonsense could send you 67 gallons of moonshine or something via Throne. I think you have the ability on Throne. I don't even have a Throne, so I don't know how this works. I think it's like, hey, this is a monitor. Can we get... We're currently 40% of the way full on this monitor, and also here is this like this funny costume that you can buy for me, and this one is like 80% complete, right? Like, and then I think that there's like you can just like buy other stuff, but I think my guess would be that it would have to be like full sale. So I assume you can do like 67 gallons of milk sent to Arrow Wright's house. Maybe there's a limit. Maybe there's like the content creator can say, I only want donation, like I only accept donations for stuff that I list. I don't know. If it does help your mental logic, they're not spending money on you, they're spending Arrow on the channel's content production on the brand of Arrow Wrights. Yes, but unfortunately, for better or for worse, I am intrinsically tied to the brand Arrow Wrights. The channel Arrow Wrights is intrinsically tied to myself and my own performance, which means positivity and negativity of the channel is reflective of me. A group I watched just made their own module to D&D Mecha, but they made an opening with custom music and visuals in the most 90s, early 2000s ever, and the music hits like it's Saturday. Oh my gosh. Mortashine is a Pokemon for people who think parasites are cool and gross. Absolutely gorgeous book. That sounds crazy. Did I see CompCon V3? I have not. I have not looked at CompCon since I did that CompCon video. Which, like, for you, it came out the other day. For me, I recorded that like a month ago. I did that live on stream like a month ago. OMG, you had a dumb thought? Go for it. I'm going to close out the Q&A. If you have any questions for me, please let me know. And aside from that, I think we're going to wrap up soon. It's been 5 hours. On the docket, yesterday was supposed to be Hunter's Archive. I realized on Monday that I wouldn't have time to record, so I ended up doing a stream clip. So tomorrow's going to be Hunter's Archive. Friday is a stream. We're going to be making the Arctic biome in Xeniolithic. Saturday is going to be a stream where on Twitch we're going to be programming, and also it's going to be a Lancer frame. Sunday is going to be a voiceover meme, and that's the rest of the week. It's Legends of Evantris, and I recommend listening to Neon Odyssey because I replayed it 3 times. Legends of Evantris. I recognize the name. A recurring stream that's just chat decides Arrow's next character. Gosh, I don't have time for that, though. I'm already struggling to just, like, fit in all the normal streams that I have. My Toreador question didn't go through. Do you think a streamer VTuber Toreador has to dress like their model and constantly keep streaming to not get debuffed? No. But I think they need to be tied into VTuber culture. I think that if they're at, like, a WeebCon, they'd be fine. I think that if they're at an art gala, they'd be screwed. I think that if they're at, like, a manga shop, I think that they'd be good. I think that if they went to, like, a tunnel that has, like, graffiti in it, I think they'd be screwed. I think it's something where it's more about the culture than it is the specifics. You could play it like that, yeah. Chuckles the Clown! Safe bet that there's a safeguard on there to stop people from buying large amount of items. I imagine. I also imagine that there's probably a big, like, chargeback issue, but Throne is specifically positioned as a middleman in order to ensure that it minimizes risk to the recipient. And so, like, I am kind of scared if I was to set that up, which is why I would hope that I'd be able to do digital goods. Like, instead of you sending me, like, oh, I'm going to send you, like, Vampire the Masquerade version 5, the physical copy, it would be like a PDF. And then you could just buy the PDF for me and send it over to me, and then suddenly, ooh, yeah, we're great. You could get a video game that I could do, like 1000x resist kind of deal. Oh, those are the D&D shorts people with the animated clown? Ah. Okay. I'm going to try going to a dance class later today, so wish me well. I saw that there's a free dance class I can go to, so I'm going to go try that out. And I'm going to wrap up stream. I'm going to finish editing tonight. If I have time, which I probably won't, I'll play some Persona. Tomorrow, be on the lookout for Hunter's Archive. Try not to collapse. Ooh, no promises. Take care of yourselves. I'm gonna go eat food because I had a thing of yogurt and some granola, and that has been all I've eaten thus far today. So, bye! I'm sure you could have a game shop set, near you that does the bits and mortar program. You set up to buy the book from there and get a PDF. Maybe. I don't know any game shops near me. Like, I know I found a comic shop by me, but I can't find any game shops by me, which I'm super disappointed by. Have food, hydrate, stay healthy, take care of yourselves. Have a lovely day, night, evening, morning, afternoon, whatever. Bye-bye.